Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Tech Death, how are you? Okay, let's see if we can get my thoughts at work right. Hey Julie, how are you tonight? All right, I gotta cut my fans off real quick so y'all can't hear them. Allegedly Annie, how are you? Hey Winter, how are you? Hey Stacy. Okay, my God is still not wanting to work. Sandra, how are you? Hey Sasha, how are you? All right. Emails pinned to the top if anyone needs to get in touch with me about anything. Lady V, don't let me forget to send you the commands. Hey, Megan. Avery, how are you? Hey, Max, how are you tonight? And Lady V, you're very welcome. Hey, Summer, how are you? Hey, Just Ann, how are you tonight? All right, I'm about to pull up. Get exit off everything else on my screen for tonight. Just on, how are you? Hey, Christian, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up on your way in. Hey, Kelly, how are you? Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you tonight? All right, let's see. Tree Baby, how are you? All right, let's see. I'm looking for something real quick, and so I can go, so we can get this video pulled up here of court today. Let's see. Been at the firework tent all day now. I'm sleeping in it, and we have storms coming. Loaded hot. Y'all be safe in there. Okay, Kelly. Get all of this situated here. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up in a minute. Okay. Hey Freya, how are you? All right, did anybody watch the court stuff today? Hey Tonka, how are you? Freya, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Avery, I honestly thought it was gonna be more to it. Hey Stevie, how are you? I see it now. How are you tonight? See, I watched it. It was lame, Michelle. I really thought it was gonna be more to it. Julie, you didn't get to watch all of it. Uh, okay, Scott said just a small clip on the nightly news. See, I watched it, but I was waiting for you to tell me what to think about it. Stevie, I can't tell you what to think about it. You have to give your own opinion or form your own opinion of it. Hey P Fox, how are you? They canceled the other three hearings for some reason. I know that there was some that they said had already, I guess, had been taken care of, and then there was two, I believe it is. I've got notes. I'm trying to get through my notebook to get to my notes. There's two of them that they're gonna do at a later date. Are you protected? How are you? Let's see. It was sweet and too short. I really thought it was going to go longer than 28 minutes. But I guess because some of the stuff they said that they've already taken care of or whatever, it cut that part out. So let's see. Hey, Betty Joe. So the judge did address the revised gag order and said that there was a misunderstanding about who it applies to. So the police, it the gag order still applies to the police as well. So he's supposed to come out with a new one, like a revised gag order or non-dissemination order. The court TV guy is gonna mess it up for us all. P-Vox, yeah, the judge also addressed the cameras in the courtroom as well. Tell them not, make sure that you don't just focus on Bryan Kohberger. We want the cameras to focus on the entire court and what is going on within the entire court, not just on him. So I'm going to pull it up here in just a minute. Let's see. I'm going to do exactly what he told me not to do. Tell him not to zoom in on what he did. He zoomed in. Well, instead of taking the cameras out of the court, maybe he will give someone else the ability to man the camera to see how they do with it. Let's see. We're asking they did it. That's listening because his heart was working, so it's a good thing. Summer, you had surgery? Hey, Eric, how are you? Green, what you call it? All right. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. Give me just 1 second. All right. My brother had. Okay, Summer. Okay. Well, hopefully he's doing okay since his surgery. Honorable Judge Magistrate Scarlett will begin today's hearing. Max, that is too funny. Now, I will tell y'all the sound is not the best. So you may have to cut it up some. You'll still be able to hear it, but there's some background noise. Stacy, did I say hi to you when you came in earlier? I can't remember if I did or not. And if I didn't, I do apologize. Hey, Cherokee, how are you? So like I said, you will have to turn it up, and then I will try to get it up as loud as I can too. Let me do that right now while I'm thinking about it. Agape love, how are you? Cherokee, yes, we are all doing wonderful. Okay, let me fix this where y'all can see it a little better. All right. Now it's only 28 minutes long. So while it's going, I'm just gonna mute out. I'm gonna be watching in the chat. See, it's all you're smiling. Yeah, Sally, I seen some other people was complaining about his attorneys smiling whenever they came into court, but like some other people in the comments were telling them it's basically like a sign of respect whenever you come into a courtroom and you see, like, even though the state is against them at this point, they're still their colleagues, like the state and everything. So it's like a sign of hello, how are you, stuff like that. Just Ann, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says for the swear jar. Thank you, Just Ann. That was very nice of you. See, when I listen to this, it's like she doesn't want to take the time to go through the 51 terabytes that has most of the discovery evidence. Yeah, she's going to have to go through it. I mean, that is part of her job, is to go through it. So whether she wants to or not, she's going to have to if she's going to properly defend him. All right, so let me go ahead and get this started. I will mute out, like I said, and I will be in the chat listening with all of y'all.
All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, let's get on the record, please. Thank you. Okay, we're on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is in the court. He is represented by Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, and Ms. Nassett. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, also Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty. And we're here for some motions, discussions. And before we get there, I want to address, really everybody, about the revised amended dissemination order. Apparently there's some misunderstanding about who it applies to and who it doesn't apply to, because what I thought, and this is 100% my responsibility, I used the term agents, and the revised order says that the prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys, any agents of the prosecuting attorneys and defense attorneys are affected by this order. Apparently, some of the media interpreted that as it doesn't apply to law enforcement, but it does. So law enforcement they are agents of the prosecuting attorneys. Now, I'm going to issue another another revised order, just to make sure that that is clear, because people seem to be very confused about that. Agent, definition of an agent is one that acts or has the power or authority to act. Another definition is one empowered to act for or represent another. So I'm going to include law enforcement for the prosecuting attorney's agents, and for the defense attorneys, investigators. So it's clear. I think it's sort of doubling down on the definition, but apparently that's necessary. I'm also going to add retained expert witnesses for each side, because we don't want to have a trial in the media or in the public. We want it to be in the courtroom. Speaking of that, a comment on the cameras. They're in the courtroom now, and I have deferred my decision about cameras. One of the things that's going to be really important, that is very important, is that the people with the camera and media need to follow the rules. And we've had some issues where people were pushing the envelope, particularly focusing on the tables where counsel sits. You are not to turn your cameras toward the top of those tables. And if you do that, you're probably going to have to leave the courtroom. Also, one of the things that happened in the Daybell case is that the cameras just continued to focus on the defendant. Don't do that. That's what brought the cameras to have to leave the courtroom in that case. And what I would prefer, if you want to continue to have cameras in this courtroom, is to back off and not. Do we have that? Yeah, make sure that's muted. Make sure that we just have the totality of what is happening in the court, and not just focus, for example, on Mr. Kohberger's face. So that was what happened in that case, and it's not appropriate. One other reminder to counsel: speak, and this is to myself, to speak into the microphone so we can have a good record. All right, I think those are my general announcements or cautions, and I think we've sort of boiled things down to some issues on motion to compel discovery. Some of those issues have been resolved, some have not. So let me go to you, Ms. Taylor, to start off. Where do we start?
Your Honor, we would request that we start on defendant's motion to compel and second motion to compel. I believe the third motion to compel will be heard on a different date.
True.
As it relates to the two motions to compel, and I'll present my arguments whenever the court's ready, but I can direct the court exactly to the numbers in those motions to compel that are still up for discussion today and requested ruling from the court.
Excellent. I'm ready.
On the original motion to compel, we are only seeking the court to order number 6 be complied with in that motion, in that particular motion.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Number 6. And so this is the motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Number 6. And that is request number 160.
That is for request number 160, and that was in the second supplemental discovery.
Okay, thank you. All right. And we're getting, is that me? Okay. Number 6.
Number 6 on that one, yes. On the second motion to compel, Your Honor, we are needing the court to order on request number 1, number 4, number 5, and I think that we have a plan for the other numbers, so those would be the three we need to work on.
Thank you. Let me make sure I'm looking at the same page. Okay, number 1 is request 1. Before it's request 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's number 2, request 4.
Okay, I apologize. Number 2, request 4. Okay. And you said number 5.
And number 5, which is request 109.
All right. That's the second motion to compel discovery.
Correct.
All right. You want to make an argument about those?
I would love to.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Kohberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have a disagreement about whether I should get them or when I should get them, and we seek a court order to assist us in this regard. Yesterday, we filed an exhibit that related to our motions to compel, and the purpose of that exhibit was to show the court how the discovery is coming in and what we are weeding through to try to find the information, and to let the court know that our office is making extraordinary efforts. Mr. Kohberger's team works nonstop, and when we ask for discovery, it's because we have reason to believe it exists. So I wanted the court of counsel to be aware it's not a fishing expedition. These are real items that are really necessary to investigate this case and prepare Mr. Kohberger's defense. So with that as the background and the frequent communication with the prosecutor's office to try to obtain the materials we need, we have come to an impasse in a few areas, and that's what brings us to court today. As the court knows, discovery is governed by statute 1309 and Idaho Criminal Rule 16. And the purpose of discovery is really to prevent an unfair trial, to prevent trial by surprise, and also to protect a charged person's rights to meet their defense. It protects their Sixth Amendment rights to have a sufficient and a prepared counsel, I should say, as we have a duty to investigate the case. So in preparing our case for Mr. Kohberger, we've asked for several things that we still need. I'll talk first about request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every officer that has had anything to do with the case. I would not want to stand here and let the court think that this is an exhaustive list of the officers that we might need training records for. But these are 3 officers that we've requested it for, and the state has indicated they're not willing to give us their training records. These 3 officers are officers that have each conducted critical interviews with critical witnesses in the case, made decisions about the interviews, made decisions about evidence, and conducted other kinds of investigations. We seek their training records to understand their processes. The training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been able to obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, are not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to me. The 2 of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State Police officers. I have often received training records for Idaho State Police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people, and for making the decisions that they make with regard to things taken as evidence in the case, or things followed up on or not followed up on. That is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those 3 officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel, and what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI CAST team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team. What we're talking about here is the CAST team are the FBI examiners that use cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Kohberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records. These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted that relate to Mr. Kohberger's cell phone, and the state has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Kohberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Kohberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants. It's information that the state has agreed we should have, so we ask the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings are trying to withhold this. I think they'll give it to me when they have it, but I think an order from the court saying this is the date certain may help them get the information a little bit more rapidly. I'll move on to our last request, and that's number 2 in the second motion to compel, request number 4. And that has to do with the FBI forensic examiner that told the state to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. This is the examiner that originally there were certain years looked for, and that year range was expanded. I believe I have the communications between the police department and the FBI about how that date range changed, but what I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CD, curriculum vitae, about the examiner late yesterday from the prosecutor's office, so I'm asking the court to order a deadline for the report to be given to the defense. Again, the court's read the probable cause affidavit that led to Mr. Kohberger's arrest, and the court can see that this vehicle identification was heavily relied on by the state to arrest Mr. Kohberger, as well as to obtain a lot of other search warrants. This is information that is very necessary for us to prepare our case. I don't think Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding anything. I think they don't have it, but I think we need a court order with a deadline so that we can get that. As the court is aware, the state has a duty to provide discovery to the defense. As the court is aware that not producing discovery, especially when it's material, can be a due process violation. And as the court is aware, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death against Mr. Kohberger. These are critical, relevant materials, all of them, including the police training records. They're necessary for us to prepare and present our defense of Mr. Kohberger. They're necessary for us to do our investigation. They're necessary for us to prepare our case and our motion practice moving forward. These are things that we need to have. There is a heightened standard now that the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death, and these are very relevant, critical bits of information. They are discoverable, and we're asking the court to order that they be supplied to us.
Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings? Ms. Jennings.
So Ms. Taylor's correct. She has everything that the state has in our possession. And we have worked diligently and consistently in getting her all the information that we have in a quick fashion. To date, we have discovered approximately about 13,000 pages of reports, 13,000 photographs, over 10,000 tips, and over 51 terabytes of audio and video information. So we are down to just a few points of disagreement.
Sorry, Mike.
Oh, is it okay if I say?
Yes, yeah, that's fine, thank you.
First, with regard to item number 6 on the defendant's first motion to compel discovery. This involves training records of a couple of officers. Again, these are officers who the state would argue are not material to the case. They've interviewed other witnesses. They wouldn't even be called by the state to testify at trial. And the state objects to this because training records of specified officers aren't included within Rule 16. And they haven't proffered any reason as to why this would be needed for the preparation of their case. Again, these are investigators who have gone out and just interviewed some witnesses within the case. So we'd ask that you rule that this is outside Rule 16. I would just remind the court that several hundred investigators have been involved in this case. Our concern with allowing training records for these few, which we can't understand why there's a substantial need for these particular ones, wouldn't open the door to us then having to go and obtain training records for these hundreds of investigating officers who've been involved, some of which are outside of our control. Moving on to the second motion to compel. As to item number 1, regarding cast information. Ms. Taylor has everything that we have. I've also, that includes reports from MPD officers. What she is seeking is a specific report from the FBI cast team which I have indicated to her is in its final stages of review. And we are anticipating receiving sooner rather than later, and as soon as we do, we will send that over.
But sooner than later.
Well, I don't have a date certain, but within the next few weeks.
I think Ms. Taylor wants a date,
I don't have
if
a
I'm
date.
not mistaken.
I've asked for a date, but that is not how the federal bureaucracy works.
That's, how about we say something like July 14th, unless there's some reason that they can't get that to you.
No objection.
That would be Ms. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the state has substantially complied with request number 4, which is the same types of information, but related to the identification of the vehicle. Would ask for the exact same date certain of July 14th, only to obtain, if there is one, a potential report that's outstanding.
Is that acceptable, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, I mean, if there's some itch in that, I mean, we can explore that, see what we can fix it.
Nothing further, I think that takes care of everything.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Anything to respond to, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to give it a little bit more on the police training records. I am aware that over 120 officers were involved in the investigation in this case. I am not asking for all 120 officers. I will tell the court that likely there are other officers' training records that I will want. This is within Idaho Criminal Rule 16. These are records, documents, and objects that may have information relevant to Mr. Kohberger's investigation and defense. These are records that are likely of witnesses. Whether or not the state calls them, they are likely to be witnesses. The 3 that I'm asking for now, they have critical roles at various stages. One of the officers did a Spillman search for 2011 to 2013 under the alarm trace to give to the FBI to look through these. One of them, that same officer assisted in the search for warrants. This same officer interviewed witnesses from the scene of 1122 King Road on the 13th of November. This officer did follow up with some of the key witnesses in the case. This officer signed an Ada County lab agreement, and this officer handled and collected evidence. The second officer that I seek the information from did an interview with a key witness that's expected to testify when this case goes to trial. This officer also mentioned a specialty of working with victims and trauma victims. I think those training records are very relevant. The interview of this key witness was one of multiple interviews of this same key witness by various law enforcement officers. There is a lot of information in the various interviews that's going to come into trial. This officer may well be subpoenaed by the defense to come to trial. That person's training records are very relevant. The last officer did multiple interviews, I think a dozen or so, many of them after the arrest of Mr. Kohberger. This officer also interviewed key witnesses in the case. This officer attended the autopsy proceedings. This officer followed up on tips. This officer made decisions about the tips that were given to law enforcement. And this officer also collected bits of evidence. Those functions that police officers make daily in their jobs, they make decisions about a case that later comes to court. They've made decisions about the case the state's going to present against Mr. Kohberger. They talked to key witnesses. How they do their job, how they were trained to do their job, and what they relied on is incredibly important. When they take the stand, they will say, based on my training and experience, Idaho Criminal Rule 16 talks about witnesses. This is information that the defense needs to conduct its investigation and preparation.
Any response to that?
Well,
I had a look, I thought maybe you wanted to say something else.
not necessarily, other than just to reiterate that this isn't covered by Rule 16, except for if the state were going to rely upon these witnesses and call them at trial, and then at that point, we would furnish all of that. Much of what Ms. Taylor is saying is just pure speculation.
You could say pure speculation, except she just had quite a list of what these particular officers were involved in investigations. Sort that out. Is that it with the motions to compel?
For today,
For today, of course. No motions from the state. All right? Okay. Well, I'm going to take this under advisement, look at the rules, some case law, and get a written decision on it. So with that, we're adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, y'all. Hold on, let me get my stuff situated here. I wonder how long we're going to have to wait, though, before he comes out with his decision on all this. Just done. I know it went by like super quick. I literally thought this was going to last at least an hour. Let's see, the judge will give her the step on the officers because they have done enough in the case to possibly be called. If not, she said that she would subpoena the records. Eric, you're very welcome. Let's see, I think it's going to be tough for the judge to set a date because prosecution cannot control when the FBI hands over the final documents. Hey, left-handed, how are you? I don't know. They're just, I guess, going to have to get in touch with the FBI and let them know, hey, the judge has given y'all until July the 4th. Was it July the 14th? Unless there's an objection from them. All right. Oh, Lord, y'all, I'm sitting here clicking on the wrong stuff again. Give me just a second. Left-handed, I'm doing good. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Let's see. Jamie, yeah, he's given until the 14th. So I would have yelled at the DA, you mean you have invoked the death penalty on someone and you don't have the evidence yourself? I wonder why William Thompson didn't get up and speak today. Eric, one of the officers, she said, was present during the time of that the autopsies were being done. I've got that person's name wrote down in one of like 7 notebooks. I would have to go back and try to find it. And then I don't know who the other 2 would be, though. Okay, and I need to slow the chat down a little bit more. Give me just a second, y'all, because I'm missing comments. This is going by. Sunflower Dragon, how are you? Hey, Ray Jones, how are you? Dismissed in a hurry to meet after his persecution. What they thought and she said speculation. It seems surprised, saying there was a list. And this whole thing, y'all. She said one interview Bryan, I think, was Payne. Yes, there was one in one of the documents that she filed. One of the discovery ones, she wanted the interrogation with Brett Payne, I believe is how it was worded. Okay, so it was Gunderson and Payne for sure. Thank you, P-Box. All right, mods, I have slowed the chat down a little bit more. If y'all need me to slow it down even more, please let me know. I'm pretty sure one of them that she's wanting stuff on probably would be Brett Payne. Let's see. If they do not provide evidence by the 14th, will it all have to be thrown out? Seriously, isn't that a serious right or something? I'm gonna have to look into that, Lisa. I don't know if the judge would throw it out, or if the state would come in and just say that they need more time, and he pushed the date back a little bit. Betty Joe, that's what I was wondering. How was he interrogated because he had lawyers before he was even interrogated? I'm wondering if it was, I mean, if it was before he was arrested, okay, I can understand. He would have just been interviewed, about the murders or whatever. But then if it was after he got arrested, then he had attorneys. If it was in Pennsylvania, he had Jason LaBar. If it was back in Idaho, he had Ann Taylor. So she would have been there. Let's see. I read it took him 15 minutes to. Eric, I saw that. I don't know how true that conversation is, though, before he lawyered up, but it was something to the effect of they asked him if he knew what was going on, and he said, "Of course I do. I'm, what did he say, 10 minutes away from it or something like that?" And then told him he wanted an attorney. So sorry to get them as well. Yeah, y'all keep Rich in your prayers, please, because he has a migraine tonight. I thought she was asking for a phone interview with the MPD. Okay, hold on. Let me go back and look at something. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. I need to cut your mic down just a little bit. Give me a second.
Oh.
Okay. You sounded muffled a little bit when you first came up.
Oh, am I still muffled?
No, you're good now.
Oh, okay. I had a couple of questions because I had a really hard time hearing, and I listened, I think, 3 times. I had a really hard time hearing some of the things that were said. And so one of the things, maybe you can clarify it or somebody in chat can. When the prosecution is saying that they're still waiting for the final report from the FBI, is Ann Taylor saying that she hasn't received, because I heard her say forensics, but I heard her say the cell phone, but is she also referring to the results? Because I know that FBI crime scene analysis handled Bryan's vehicle. So is she also referring to those results? Did anybody hear if that was like?
Okay, so Sleuthy, and I'm thank God for Sleuthy, y'all. The woman's got exceptional organization skills.
Yeah, she does.
She does.
And she's trying to get her little boy to sleep, so hopefully she'll get to come up and join us tonight. But she sent me her hearing summary, thank God, because
good.
I had even with headphones on, I still had a hard time hearing it and understanding everything that was exactly being said. But I am looking through the thing that she sent me. So on the second motion, and you're talking about the FBI cast team, right?
The FBI final report,
Okay.
I believe, is what they said. Their final report of the forensics.
Okay. Let me see. Left-handed. Yeah. I need organization skills too. Okay. So let's see. It's Lucy still in chat. I'm gonna bring this up if it's okay with her. Let me download this because it would be a lot easier. I don't know if she's still in here or not. She put it. Okay, so
I haven't seen her for a bit.
okay. I kind of wanted to wait for her to come up to pull it up on screen, but let me read through it real quick because on the second, and this is about the FBI cast team, and trying to see that's going to be. All right, so on the second motion to compel dated June the 15th, 2023, the defense is asking the court to order number 1, number 2, and number 5. She believes that they have a plan in place for the other numbers. All right, and let me drop the link real quick for everybody. Shit. I'm literally trying to watch like 4 different things while I'm reading this. All right, so number 1 is for the investigative report and conclusion from all the cell phone analysis. Okay, so you're just looking for the car, right?
Yeah, I was wondering about the car. I guess the FBI probably would have been the ones to process anything from his parents' home, but mostly the car.
Okay. Now, I do know that they're saying the state says that they let the court know on the 15th, no, 12th, I believe it was, that they had sent everything over to the defense about the car and everything. Okay, let's see. Number 2 is all the footage provided for the forensic examiners with the FBI used to identify the make, model, and vehicle. All reports generated related to the identification of the white Elantra. All reports, communications, documentations. So are you talking about the identification of it, or are you talking about just the forensic part of it?
Forensics.
Okay.
Yeah, forensics.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find that in her. Okay, so a lot of information from FBI cast team and FBI forensic examiner team. Okay, so that's used for the cell phone. She's asking the court to make an order with a date that is certain to obtain the records. Let's see. I'm kind of skimming through it to see if there's anything about. All right, the defense seeks information provided by the forensic examiner who originally determined a certain date range of the vehicle, so that's not it. I don't see anything else about other than that regarding the forensics. Hey, Aurora Rain, how are you? This information is necessary to provide the defense's case. She states again that she does not think that Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding it. She thinks that they don't have it. Okay. I don't see anything else on here about the forensic. I really wish they would have done better. I'm grateful for the video. It's just it was super hard to hear the audio part of it.
Yeah, and I had seen the one man who was actually in the court today. He was tweeting. I'll have to go find his name, but he was tweeting things out, and one of the things he said was that prosecution said that they didn't have the final forensic report from the FBI, but it didn't specify what forensics, and so
Was it the Alex guy? Was that who it was?
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Hold on. Hey, Mar, how are you? Give me just 1 second, because I was reading through his tweets today. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so the Bryan Kohberger hearing. Let me show all the replies. Okay, the defense has entered the courtroom. Judge is addressing the revised non-dissemination order. Judge is also making clarifications on the camera. I'm just going through his tweets real quick to see, because I want to say that I remember reading what you're talking about. All right, Riddler, have a good night.
Oh, good
See,
night, Riddler.
okay, so it's in specific requesting training records of the 3 police officers. If that's not it, FBI specialty team. Motion to compel FBI forensic examiner who told the state looking for the white Hyundai Elantra. Okay, so given the death penalty is now on the table, the urgency is required for all the material. Producing. I know I've seen it somewhere. Okay, so the state, a counter argument from the state, the defense has everything that the state has, including the 10,000 tips, the 51 terabytes of audio video information, argues that the 3 training officers are not material to the case. They will not be called as witnesses, or likely not be called as witnesses. State says that the defense is seeking a specific report that is in its final stages of review, says it will be turned over as soon as it's ready, which should be within the next few weeks. Is that what it was?
That might be what it was. Yeah,
Okay.
that might be it.
Okay, because then the judge, like after that tweet, his next tweet is the judge sets a date for the final 2 motions to compel the FBI report. It must be turned over by July the 14th unless there is no objection by federal authorities.
Okay, that was my next question. You just answered it, because I was wondering how the judge can tell the FBI when they have to have something, and so
Right.
you just answered it. So they can come back and say, well, we still don't have it ready yet.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
if yeah, as long as there's no objection, it says by the federal authorities. Now, I'm sure if they don't have it ready by July the 14th, the state would have to come back and be like, okay, they don't have it ready.
Mhm.
Can we get a little bit more time? Whether the judge grants that or not, I don't know. Because somebody asked if it would get thrown out.
So my overall opinion, just from what I was able to decipher today,
Uh,
because Anne is so adamant on getting those records of the 3 officers, the exactly how they came up with, the date, the year of the vehicle and whatnot. It seems to me like this is just my opinion now, that she's looking for a way to get him off on a technicality, because it seems like she's looking for like things like if those officers who interviewed different witnesses and say they weren't qualified, or they did
mhm.
something wrong, or they didn't write up a report. I don't know all the legal stuff, but it seems to me like she's looking for a technicality error. That's just, what I thought.
Right. Could be. Angie thinks the same thing. Angie said exactly my thoughts, Avery. I mean
Oh,
that
really?
could be
Okay.
what she's trying to do. I don't know. I mean, I can't say the woman ain't doing her job.
Yeah, it just seems like she's fishing for things that are so to they I don't know, they just seem so unimportant to me. So that's just how it feels. I mean,
Yeah, I try to look at it though from, and I hate to say it like this, from a Bryan Kohberger standpoint. You know what I mean? Like if I was in his shoes, and I would want to know everything.
right,
You know what I mean?
absolutely. Yeah.
I would if I was in, I don't think I would ever be in his shoes, but I still try to think of it from that point of view. If I was in his shoes, I would want to know everything. I want to know how they come about my DNA, how they linked it to me whenever they're talking about all this genetic genealogy stuff. I would want to know all that. I want to know about all of these different officers who were interviewing these people. exactly what she's asking for. I would want to know all of that.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
I look at it from Ann Taylor's point of view of, okay, this is my client. Yes, he is on trial for 4 counts of first degree murder, but it is still my duty to represent him properly, like I'm supposed to do, so he can't come back and say he didn't get adequate counseling. Um, so therefore, it's my job to get as much discovery as I can from the state. What I am allowed to have, the state should give to me, so I can build a case to defend him.
Right. And see, I don't have a law degree, but I kind of disagree with prosecution saying that those three officers are not relevant because if they don't have the proper training and they
Right.
were doing interviews, I could see how that could be a big problem because they could have potentially had somebody right in front of them that they were
Mhm.
interviewing that could have had more information, even possibly been involved. And because they didn't have the right training, they didn't
Yeah.
forward it on to, the next person who would step in
Right.
and question them. So I, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know
And
why prosecution would say, well, it doesn't matter because they might not be called as witnesses. But if they were interviewed by trained officers who knew, 100% what they were
Mhm.
doing, then they possibly could be witnesses.
Hey Max, how are you? Yeah, and it's the same thing with the three unidentified male DNA sources. Like I said last night, you have, let's just take the one that they found on the glove away because that one was outside, but you have three in the house. The two that's still unidentified, and then you have Brian's, who was at the time, at the very beginning, unidentified.
And that is
Why?
so mind blowing to me because so many kids were in and out of that house. You would think that there would be hundreds of unidentified DNA sources. So it makes me think that these three specimens that they have must have been like very close to the actual scene of the crime, not just like scattered throughout the house, but like
Right,
right there. You know what I'm saying?
right. But
Yeah.
so, because once again, it's the wording of how they put stuff. When they put that it was in the house where the victims were located, do they mean in the house in general, or they mean in the room where the victims are located? Either way, there's still two. Hey, Astro, there's still two unidentified male DNA sources left that was found in the house that hasn't been identified as of the 22nd of June, whenever they did those court documents.
Right.
So at the very
Right.
beginning, there was three. There was we know Brian's now, and then the other two. But why are they taking only one? Only because it was found on the sheet. Why are they
Hmm.
taking only that one and not the other two, and trying to find out who all three belong to? Because those other two could also have had something to do with the murders.
Hmm.
And in
Yeah.
order to get complete justice for these kids, you need to know who all the DNA found in the house belongs to, and they need to be investigated, just like Brian was.
Yeah. I'm thinking that these unidentified DNA sources are probably something like maybe on the like for example, I'm just throwing this out there hypothetically, on the sheets of one of the beds of the
Hmm.
victims or something. So I just can't wait to know more. I really hate gag orders. I just hate them. I think they're unconstitutional. And I understand sometimes in some cases why they have to be put in place. To, as- I mean, sometimes I can understand them, but sometimes I just don't because I think as taxpayers, we have a right to know. And I just think it's just totally unconstitutional.
But I just, I mean, I get it. I'm like you. I know sometimes you have to, or they have to have the gag orders. But I mean, if
Hmm.
you don't want to put a gag order in place, just it's at that point, if law enforcement is wanting to be interviewed and they don't want to speak about, just they all they have to do is say, I don't want to speak about it. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Or something like that. But I also get the point of why putting the gag order out there. So I kind of see it both ways as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, and it sucks because years and years ago, they weren't having to issue gag orders, but now they have to deal with social media and everything else, which really causes harm to like the living victims and the victims' families. So
Yeah,
it,
but
it's
no high profile cases, Avery. It's been like that for since before Charles Manson. I mean,
did they have gag orders then?
I don't know if they had them.
I
They
don't
had
know.
them, whether they utilized them or not, I don't know. But I'm saying they've had since the 60s to deal with all of this high tech stuff little by little as we got here instead of trying to wait till now.
Yeah, I just like I can't even remember in the OJ case, and somebody, if correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't even remember gag orders in the
No,
OJ Simpson case.
I don't either, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, there have been times they've used gag orders, but
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking. They're telling me to pull this back up, this document. Jamie says, let me find her thing. She says, Scarlett, pull it up and reread it. It is only one unidentified, two that aren't identified. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is what it says right here, Jamie. I have to. It's mentioned in two different documents, but it says right here. Oh wait, that's too close for me to read. So request 3, profiles uploaded to a DNA database. The state has provided information related to this request for the seized item, the knife sheath only. The defense has requested all DNA profiles, including 3 additional unidentified male DNA profiles developed during the course of the law enforcement investigation. This information has not been supplied. And then there is, okay, let me find the other one. What is the one? Subjection. Here it is.
real quick, Lisa said years ago a lot of people were convicted by public opinion. It's wrong, but she's right. But at the same time, we've had all these years to learn how to deal with that. It's not like it's just a new thing. So,
That is true because jurors used to be scared to, vote one way for fear of what might happen, to them once their names got out.
well, yeah, but that I think that's been that way for since this all started at the beginning of time. But you know, I
Yeah.
but at the same time, I mean, that's why they try to make sure that the jurors haven't heard anything or, things like that. But I mean, public opinion and being tried in the public with the public opinion, that's not anything new. I'm just aggravated because that should have been something that we were prepared for in this day and age. You know, I know we have
Yeah.
more coverage and all of that, but if you would have slowly been doing it all of these years, then it wouldn't be as big of an issue. But there's always
Hmm.
going to be public opinion as long as the people are privy to what's being said in that room or outside of that room. There's going to be a public opinion.
And see, when I say social media, I'm not talking about like this channel, for instance. I'm talking about the social media people who cover true crime, who go out to like victims' homes, questioning
Right.
them and trying to get information. I think that those are the ones who have made it where they're issuing gag orders just so much quicker because they've had to deal with that so much now with these I don't know, I call them rogue YouTubers because they will go literally to
Oh
victims'
yeah.
homes.
Yeah, I mean, look at one person. He's like got his nose in it all over the place. But
Yeah, and
I
We ain't mentioning no names, though.
no,
and I
I
see
didn't.
them.
I didn't. Almost did, but I didn't.
I did ask a few, because we actually had a little situation here. It wasn't an emergency situation, but we had a few officers out here, and afterwards they were everybody was just kind of standing around talking, and I asked them. I said, "Did you have to give your DNA to become a police officer?" And now these were city officers actually, and they said no. And I know the one guy, because he's pretty new, maybe 2, 3 years, and he's young. They all said no, that they did not have to give their DNA. I remembered you guys were talking about that last night.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I misstated what I was meaning was if they're going to be like at a crime scene like this was, where
Hmm.
they're tainting the evidence with their DNA, they're going to need to get their DNA. They're going to have to give their DNA so they can be, um, d- oh, the word just went out of my head. So they can be cleared.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. I just remember somebody saying last night that don't all officers have to give their DNA, and so I just thought I would ask
Well,
today.
that could have been me, but that's
I don't think it was you. I don't remember honestly, but I don't think it was you.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
think I mentioned something about I wonder if they do just based off like what y'all are saying. If they're investigating a crime scene, it seems like it would be easier because believe it or not, I'm sure cops can touch something not thinking
Oh
or
yeah.
whatever, you know what I mean, by accident or whatever. And I just thought it would be easier if their DNA was on file, just to be able to say, okay, this is their DNA. We know who that belongs to. Now we got to find out who the other belongs to.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe detectives, have to give theirs because they're going to be in this kind of situation all the time. I
Hmm.
think maybe that the law enforcement that are going to be doing these kind of murders, investigating and documenting and everything, they probably have to, but I don't know for sure, but it would be logical to me if they did.
Yeah,
That
And then
there's no time wasted in trying to get everybody's DNA, in this
right. It just
case
seems
it
like
was
it
a
would
little
be
different.
easier.
yeah. And then again, you have to remember too, so like here, I was shocked to find out that like we have a lot of sheriff's deputies in the smaller towns who haven't even been to the academy.
What?
Um, hmm So, I mean, it could just be, the area that I'm in.
Right.
Well, I'm sure that there's Ellie that doesn't want to give up their DNA any more than we do. And I don't think it's necessary unless they are for a fact going to be dealing with situations or find themselves in a
Something
position
like
like
this.
this. Right.
Yeah. It just, like I said, it to me, it just seems like it would be a lot easier to already have it on file just so they can exclude them quickly. If, let's just say they're at a crime scene and a guy, one of the officers, for whatever reason, picks up some evidence trying to bag it and then realizes that there's a hole in his glove. Okay.
Right.
And then he can go in and say, okay, he bags up that evidence and then notates a hole in glove. My DNA is going to be on it. They go through, they pull his DNA, they matched where it's at on the evidence, and then they know where to test for other DNA on the rest of the part of the evidence, if that
Right,
makes
but at
sense.
the same time, that's a violation of their basic personal rights.
Well, I mean, that's if they want to give their DNA. You see what I'm saying? It just seems like it would be easier.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
totally agree. It would be easier, but I'm sure they don't want to any more than
Yeah,
we do,
probably not.
And
Hey,
I mean,
Jen.
unless
Yeah.
unless I mean, like a beat cop may not ever need to do it. That's what I'm saying. Unless they find themselves in this kind of situation, then that would be different. But
And I
Right.
do know that they're super, super careful about things like that, because when I was interning, when I was learning forensics in my forensic psychology, when I was interning, I went to a crime scene in Briar Creek State Park, and it was a double homicide. It was two boys who had been unalived execution style. I was going out to learn the trajectory patterns and the spatter patterns and things like that. And even though I was suited up when I got there because it was my first time ever seeing something like that,
Hmm.
I was like on the verge of, throwing up. And out of nowhere, this, I don't know if it was a deputy or a FBI, I'm not sure who it was. He snatched me, picked me up sideways, and was running with me. And then
Oh, I
and then
got
they
it.
they scolded me, like really scolded me,
Hmm.
like if you even start feeling queasy or anything, you turn around and get away from this crime scene. Like it was
Right.
very serious the way that dude picked me up and ran with me. It was
Yeah,
you know,
because they don't want any more,
I
no
don't
type of
blame them.
cross contamination,
yeah,
as little
Like,
as
get out of
possible.
here right
yeah.
now. Get out of here.
Let's see.
And
HT,
and
that's
that was it for me, you guys, with that because that's when I learned when I seen those two bodies. That's when I learned how like the bodies start swelling immediately
right.
and different things. And when I seen all of that, I was like, No, I don't think I can. I
Like you
don't think
wasn't ready for that.
My
well, I that wasn't going to be my career for sure.
My husband, he worked when we were first married. He worked for his father at one of his apartments, and there were, I think, 4 or 5 that my husband had to deal with. And yeah, I mean, he didn't throw up or anything, but it was pretty bad. I mean,
Hmm.
it really did affect him mentally too. I mean, it's just, you can't get those pictures out of your mind, for a long.
Right. Okay, real quick, let me get back to this part where Jamie was talking about. Let me find where it says it. Okay. All right, Jamie, here, I don't know if you, hopefully you can see it pretty good. Let me zoom it in. Um, but it says right here by December the 17th, 2022, analysts were aware of 2 additional male DNAs within the house where the deceased were located and another unknown male DNA on a glove found outside the residence on November the 20th of 2022. So is that where you were talking about? Hey, Matt, how are you?
You guys might have said this, but I had a thought just hit me, and I am somewhat tired tonight. So if it's a question that's been asked, then
No, you're
forgive me.
good. Go ahead.
I was just thinking, so that guy that did not want to give his DNA, I mean, if I was the defense, he's the one I'd be like, okay, how come he didn't want to give his DNA? Well, you had to get it serendipitously or whatever
Surreptitiously.
surreptitiously.
I hate that word. I always have to think about it before I say it.
It's so much like I can't even say that right now.
Serendipity.
Or Sarah, yeah, something like that. Anyway, so that would be the one. So his is now identified because they had to take, or is it not identified? So was that this guy that they took the cigarette butt? Was it a match to that, or is it still unidentified?
Only thing they say is that it was secretly taken from the cigarette. I don't know if he just refused to give his DNA or if he left when police got there and they seen him throw it down, so they grabbed the cigarette so they could get the DNA off of it. I don't know what the circumstances was
Yeah,
around
but did they?
that.
But did it match the one that they were talking about?
Which one?
Any of the DNA that are unidentified?
No,
Did it?
because they're still they're still unidentified. As of June the 22nd, whenever Jay Logston did that report that I just had pulled up, they still haven't got who those three DNA profiles belong to. So whoever the cigarette one belonged to is different from the other three unidentified ones.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sometimes there's just so much, and then I'm following like 2 or 3 different cases. It's like, wait.
Right. Yeah. And I actually sent both of those that I just had pulled up, both of those documents, the two big ones. I did send those in that email today.
Oh, thank you. I did see that when you said it.
Okay.
If I don't check my email, if I ever need to check my email, just you have to let me know because I
Okay.
don't. All I get, I got so sick of emails at AT&T. I could just like, and all I get is like the junk ones anyway. So
Yeah. Let's see.
what happened to Avery? She jumped down again?
Oh, wait, Avery, did you get knocked off?
I didn't hear her say she was jumping down.
I didn't either. But I put the link back out for her. Okay, let me get back into chat. And if anybody wants to grab the link and come up and give your opinions, thoughts, theories, whatever on today's hearing, you're more than welcome to. Internet issues. Wait, she was in the chat, wasn't she? No, I don't see her.
I don't see her either.
Maybe she's having internet issues. Maybe that's what happened.
Maybe so. I don't. It's not like her to just totally disappear.
Loaded Hot says she lost connection.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would have to be because she doesn't normally just totally disappear. I was very disappointed in today's hearing. I'm just like, I just think it's a bunch of hullabaloo. They're just like fighting with each other like two little children.
I was fully expecting this to go an hour at least.
Yeah.
And then I see when it's dropped and everybody's talking about it, I'm like, it's only 28 minutes?
Well, and then it's all like, nanny, you know what? It's like, please.
Avery, thank you so much for the super chat. She said my connection is being wonky again. Okay, well, I'm gonna throw the link out in the chat if you can get it fixed and want to come back up.
If you lose me, we're having storms. Did you hear the thunder?
That was thunder. Yeah, I just heard it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shaking my whole house right now.
Oh
Literally,
wow.
Literally, okay. I can feel it on my feet.
Okay. So
but that doesn't mean we're gonna lose it. Oh, somebody gifted.
That was Avery. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Let's see. Dub got one. Left-handed for Chihuahuas, Adjusted Fates, and Idaho. Got them. Okay. So if anybody who is a member and you want to join the members only Facebook group, send me an email. My email is up at the top of the chat. It's pinned up at the top. And send me an email, put your YouTube name in the email, and then I will do your invite. Patricia, how are you?
I spent some time over at Stone Gators this evening. She's very sweet.
Oh, yeah, I had talked to her, I guess, a little bit before she went live, but I didn't have time to go over there. Let's see, do you think that, okay, wait. So King Scarlet says, do you think there was an error on the date that they found the glove because the YouTube person that found it was November the 24th, unless it's really a different glove? I'm wondering that, King Scarlet, because Chris McDonough was there on Thanksgiving. Which was the 24th, I believe it was. They're saying November the 20th is when it was found. So I don't know. That would mean that there would be two different gloves if it is a different one.
Now, loaded hot. I think the cigarette butt was outside.
Yes, I believe so. But it was. Hold on, I'm gonna have to go back to it because there was two inside the house, one outside the house, is what it said. But let me get.
Yeah,
I
but the
gotta.
cigarette butt was outside.
Yes, let me get the. I gotta find where exactly where it says it, just so I can read it word for word where it was at. Where's the cigarette butt? Okay, so while this was ongoing, police were investigating many various possible suspects. Many of them provided DNA. At least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette. Many also had their phones taken and downloaded. So that's what it's saying about the cigarette.
Which, I mean, you fully expect that.
To, to
Everybody's phones and everything to be
right,
through.
right. How long does DNA stay good on a cigarette butt? And it wasn't it like freezing cold? I loaded hot. I believe that night that the all of this happened. I believe somebody said it was like 28 degrees that night.
I think that would make it more stable.
Wait, Mariah said me and OJM are leaving notes on your channel. Hope you see it. Mariah, where are in the chat? Hold on, let me go back. I gotta find Mariah's. Let's see. Take your time. Okay. Awesome. Christmas is early. Hmm. Shit, my chat. My chat keeps jumping for some reason. Okay, Justice A to Z said it was 24 that night. DNA can be traced for up to 36 months depending on conditions. Thank you, Tonka. Hey, Boomer girl, how are you? No, I'm in. Oh, okay, I got you, Mariah. Hopefully, Avery will be able to come back up and she can get her internet
Yeah, I'm
fixed.
just interested in what she has to say.
And I think Riddler said he was going to bed early.
I wanted to thank you too. I was completely not expecting that. You touched.
Oh, you're welcome. My chat.
It's an honor.
Well, I'm glad to have you with us. That stopped dead. I was only seeing comments. Mar, I think that's what mine did, and then all of a sudden it like jumped in and it started rolling to catch up. Luminol does not destroy DNA. So Betty Jo says, my opinion, BK is getting nervous, so his defense lawyer is going to throw everything at the wall, even the kitchen sink, because now the DP is on the table
Evans.
and Bryan's sweating. I don't know. I just think she's doing her job, honestly, Betty Jo. I mean, she's doing what a defense attorney should do for their client.
I agree with that. I think, well, and honestly, the more she does, the less we have to worry that he can say he didn't have, a decent
Adequate,
counsel. Yeah.
exactly. Because, yeah, a client can always go and tell plate. I
So,
didn't
I mean, it
have
might be frustrating, but it's actually a good thing.
exactly. I mean, once again, if I was in a situation like that, everything she's doing for her client, I would want my attorney doing for me.
Oh,
No matter
absolutely.
what, no matter what I need a defense attorney for,
Right.
that's what I would want my attorney to be doing.
Yeah. I mean, I'd want them fighting every step of
Exactly.
the way.
Yeah. See, I'm doing great. Boomer girl, yes, I am doing good. Thank you. You know what though, y'all? I would be doing a whole lot better if we could get those likes up. Because we have like 212 people up in here with only 95 likes.
Well, if you guys are enjoying it, why not go ahead and like it? So maybe we can get other people to come in here that would enjoy it as well.
Exactly. Protected says, who can you put a man to death without turning over every rock?
You
I mean,
can't. You shouldn't. I guess I should say you shouldn't.
I think that the state, um, they need to prove without a reasonable doubt, 1000%, that this is the person who done this.
Yep.
That's what they need to do. And then it's Ann Taylor's job as a defense attorney, because that's what she signed up for in the public defender's office, and her type of attorney work that she wanted to do was a defense attorney. It's her job to do what she has to do for her client.
Exactly.
Scarlett wants ice cream. Sally Mae, I'm always up for ice cream. Can the defense call the officers to question them? Eric, yes, the defense can have the officers as a witness.
Yeah, that one kind of got me. I'm like, oh, that's not good.
She straight up said she would subpoena the records if she had to.
Yeah. I'm like,
or the officers or whatever. It's like, okay, yeah, because I mean, she may have to end up doing it. You know, if she doesn't. But I mean, seriously, you can't. You're welcome, Eric. You can't blame her for wanting to know what type of training they have had, because she is stating that one of them said that they are trained in what was it? Hold on, I got it wrote down. There was so much. It was something to do with trauma victims. They had training dealing with trauma victims or whatever. Where is my notes about this? Oh shit. Okay, here it is. All right, so second officer did interviews with key witnesses expected to testify, mentions a specialty of working with trauma victims. Interview of key witnesses was one of multiple with the same witness by other officers. The defense may subpoena the officers if it goes to trial. Hey, Sunset Gazing, how are you? So she may be, because the state is saying that they're not even going to call, or they may not call these officers to the stand. And then it's like, okay, well, that's fine. Y'all don't have to call them. I will.
Exactly.
So
doesn't mean she can't.
I mean, she has just as much right to call them as the state does.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Lisa, how are you? They were proof or they wouldn't go. Okay, so wait. Lisa says, I think they have irrefutable proof or they wouldn't go for the death penalty. Idaho only has 8 DP inmates total, and there's been 3 DP convictions since 1977. Lisa, I mean, they could also be going for the death penalty just to try to put pressure on Bryan, thinking that he'll plead, so it don't go to trial. I mean, he very well could have done it like that. No, wait, I don't know. That's what they said today when they were in court, that they would likely not call those officers, those 3 that Ann Taylor is wanting their training records for. The state is saying that they more than likely wouldn't call them. So Ann was like, okay, that's fine. I'll just call them myself then.
Don't call them. I don't care.
One way or another, they're going to be on the stand.
Sounds like it. And it also kind of sounds like she doesn't want to go through the 51 terabytes of information either.
Yeah, but I mean, that's her job.
Yeah, that's her job, though. Well, and it's not like she has to do it all by herself either.
No, she's got, what was it? Eliza Massett was in there today. Jay Logson was in there today. I'm pretty sure she has other people who are helping her go through it.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
You know,
probably students and everything else.
Right. But I mean, because the thing is, she requested this stuff from the state. The state sent it over to her. The state doesn't have to say, okay, what you're looking for is on page such and such.
Right.
paragraph this, point it directly out to her. It's her job to go through it.
Yeah, and
And
it's notoriously that way.
right. So she has probably a lot more people than prosecution.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like Lady V was saying, she's probably got students and everything else that's um, learning on this case. I
Hey,
guess
I
I should say.
watched How to Get Away with Murder.
Uh, I, have I ever watched that show?
That's the most murderous. Those are the
I'm
most murderous lawyers you ever want to see.
I'm pretty sure I have watched it. If not, I need to go back and watch it. But I think I have.
It starts getting a little ridiculous, but yeah, it's good at the beginning. I quit watching it after a while. I'm like, oh my gosh.
But I wonder though how much of this 51 terabytes she's gotten through to know what has not been handed over. Because she's got to know what, like the stuff that
What
she's
she's got
asked for and
right.
what hasn't been handed over in order to continue to do these motions to compels and these supplemental discovery requests and all this and that.
Yeah, because she has to file it under,
Uh-huh.
possible penalty for
Let's see. I have a
perjury.
feeling.
I'll get the word out in a minute.
Oh, penalty
Perjury.
of perjury. Yes.
Yeah.
Protecta says, I have a feeling she is going to run circles around the prosecution. I, I, I wonder why he didn't speak today. I mean, this is his case. He's the lead on that side of the table. So why is he allowing it's and same thing the last time he had I think the guy's last name was Rudley. Um, he allowed him to speak. Why is the prosecution not speaking? Or
I
or
don't
Bill
know.
Thompson? Like, why is he just sitting there?
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't, some of this just doesn't make sense to me. You would think the lead attorney would be the one speaking.
Right. Let's see. Laza said if Ann Taylor went to the judge, the information is not on the 51 terabytes. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, because 51 terabytes.
So they've already been through all of the 51 terabytes?
That's what I'm wondering. Have they already made it all the way through everything that they've sent over to them?
Did they say something about, didn't they say something about 21 terabytes or something?
I haven't seen 21. There is a 51 terabyte
No, I mean,
audio
like maybe
video.
it was, I heard, maybe I heard it wrong. I thought they had been through that much for some reason.
Oh, been through that much? Maybe
Yeah.
they may have.
I could be completely wrong.
For doing a motion. Cajun Chick said he might be mad at Ann Taylor for doing a motion on Discovery. He could be upset over it. And yeah, I mean, more than likely, I know that they said something about, was it 20,000 pictures? Is that what was said? I wish the audio would have been better.
8,000, something like that, I thought.
I want to say 20,000 documents, 20,000 photos, or something like that.
I thought it was, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, they were both right at that.
10,000 pics. I mean, that's a lot of pics. 14,000
Yeah.
pictures. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the 51 terabytes is going to be pictures. It's going to be videos. Probably the audios of interviews and stuff like that is going to be on that 51 terabytes. I mean, it's a huge piece of evidence that has a bunch of different evidence combined up into it. Right. And it's depending on how many people they have, it's going to take a while to get through.
Yeah. Well, and Lise is right. I mean, it's just, her phone has 1 terabyte, so does my husband. And it's,
Mhm.
I mean, it's a lot, but it's really not. I mean, I've got like 6,000 pictures or more on my phone, and I scroll through them when I want to. But, I mean,
10,000 tips. Thank you. Okay,
i-
yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
if you take, because I'm thinking they said around 18,000 photos. And if you think about it, if you get like, let's say you get 30 people or 20, let's say you get 20 people to look through that.
Mhm.
I mean, 51, how many is that? Like,
51 terabytes?
yeah, well, let's say you just get 5 people. That's 10 terabytes each,
Yes.
so I mean, really, it's very doable
I mean, yeah.
when you think about it that way. It is very doable. And like she said, I'm sure they have word search in there just like you use.
Yeah, they're probably just probably slowly going through it trying to find everything that they need. Hey Sima, how are you? Wait, she's saying to look at Justice A to Z. Let me find Justice's thing real quick. I may have to slow the chat down again. See Justice A to Z. I don't see her comment. Where did it go?
Who was it?
Sima was saying look at Justice A to Z, but I don't see her comment.
Are you on all?
Uh huh. I'm on live chat. Um, Let me go back through it again, unless I'm just missing it.
I'm looking too. I hate trying to go up in the chat. Sometimes it like bounces you back down.
Yeah, that's why it's. I don't know what's up with chat here lately. I'm not seeing it,
Oh no.
and it
How
might
far
have done.
back was it? Was it before you dropped the link, or it should have been after that, right?
Well, Sima said it just a few minutes ago. She just said, "Please look at Justice A to Z," but I don't see their comments, so it might have done fell off the chat, like too far up to see it or whatever. Mariah, I guess she did come in and say that she was having her internet was messing up, so it must still be acting up for her. So maybe it'll once it she gets it going or whatever, she'll be able to come back.
Yeah, it must have already gone off the chat. I don't see it at all.
Yeah, that's probably what it did. Mariah, you're welcome. It probably had already gone up so far that it fell off.
Justice, would you mind typing a question again?
I don't even see Justice. And I did put the link in the chat if she wants to come up. Let me drop it again.
Oh wow, they've really done a lot of changes.
Who?
YouTube.
YouTube? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was looking to go to top chat or all chat or whatever, and they've had that new thing there too. I hadn't
Yeah.
seen before. Maybe it's just because I'm a mod now, but I don't remember seeing it before when I was a mod.
Gigi said good.
Yeah, thinking about it like that, it really wouldn't take that long to go through 51 terabytes.
No, it depending on how many hours though they're able to sit down and go through just that 51 terabytes
Right.
of stuff. Because if it's they got to go through, let's just if it's the tips, they got to go through all the tips and read through all those. And if there's any that they think has any significance, I'm pretty sure they would mark them. If there's pictures, they got to go through that. If it's interviews, they got to go through that. There a lot of reading and then probably sorting off to the side what they think is important. And then once they get through the whole thing, then they got to go through everything that they think was important
Right. That's where it
again.
gets time consuming. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, because you can separate those out, but then you really have to start investigating.
Uh-huh. Because there may be a lot of stuff that they're like, okay, this isn't of importance, so we'll put it off on this side. But then the next thing could be very much important to the case, and so they got to put it off to another side. And
Then they got to decide whether they're going to do anything with it or not.
Mhm. Exactly. Hopefully, in the next week or two, I'm gonna surgery done, and then I'll be able to see Chad again, and maybe even come up on. Okay, Betty Joe, that's fine.
Oh, somebody said the other night that Betty Joe couldn't see me. I was wondering what they were talking about.
Yeah, she told us a while back she was supposed to have surgery on her eyes. It's hard for her to see the chat sometimes, or I think also see the people who's up on the screen.
I think she's a sweetheart. She seems like a sweetheart.
Right. Okay, Kim says, I don't think those cell pings are reliable at all. Kim, I bet you both sides are going to have cell phone data experts.
Okay, now I mentioned this before, and I mentioned it today on Stone Gator's channel.
Hmm.
It's aggravating to me that you get one set of prosecutions and things like that that they say, oh, well, phone data location is not that exact.
Hmm.
But then this was like way back when we first started getting iPhones. I could get on there on the computer standing at AT&T and punch in my husband's because we shared our location, right? And
Uh-huh.
I could literally see him going from one side of the yard to another. And I would call him when we weren't busy. And I'm like, oh, are you mowing one of our rentals? And he's like, yeah. How did you know that? I said, because on the computer, I can see you going back and forth and back and forth. And then today I was watching some of the Boudreaux's trial, that guy in Texas, the
Uh-huh.
ranger.
Yeah.
They said that at one point, they were saying that his cell phone placed him behind some bushes, is where he was standing. Now, you tell me if it's not that exact, how come it located him behind those bushes instead of in front of those bushes?
Hmm. I mean,
It
there's
made it.
okay, welcome
Sorry.
back. No, you're good.
Hello.
Um the whole cell phone data thing is fascinating, honestly.
It really is. But I mean, I I've seen what it can. I mean, and that was years ago with just the little find my iPhone kind of thing. It's like now it's got a whole lot more than that.
Is that the find my phone thing that you're talking about?
Oh, well, this was find my friends.
Okay, because Jamie said I can see my daughter moving around on Find My Phone.
Exactly. And there's been people that are like, they could tell, okay, no, you were in the bedroom at this time because your phone shows you here. You weren't in the bathroom, you weren't in the lounge, you were in the bedroom. So it's aggravating when they say, I mean, is it, can you tell or can you not? Somewhere, somebody's fibbing. And they got to have way better software now than they did before. Big
Hey,
blue.
did you guys hear today? it's really, I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but so Jennifer Coffin Dapper is the one who broke it on Twitter about Brian's dad had him arrested when he was 19 for stealing his sister's cell phone and selling it in a kiosk.
Huh.
And Jennifer Coffindaffer was kind of making a big deal out of it on her Twitter, but I was thinking, I mean, he was 19, but then again, I mean, his dad did have him
Well,
arrested.
but he was also into DRUGS back then too.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was a known drug addict at that time.
Oh, hi, Big Blue Drunk.
Hey,
Oh, are you from the
Oh,
Drunk
I know.
Turkey Show?
Okay, I know which one you are. Hello, Big Blue.
hey, buddy. I was trying to get my mic to work, so I was just make sure if y'all can hear me.
Wait, which one are you on the Drunk Turkey Show? Are you the one who used to be a cop with the sunglasses, or are you?
No,
Not Daniel. He's the other one.
yeah, I'm the one that's always wearing blue. Yeah, always
Oh,
always
I
has a
know which
beer in
one
my
you are.
hand.
Yeah.
Except
That's why
tonight
you
it's
call Big Blue.
except tonight's a Dutch Bros coffee. So
Well, that's pretty cool that you popped up here.
yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I jumped on and see what was going on. So
So you
thank
picked a
y'all for
good
letting me on here.
So, what do you think about today's hearing, or what are your thoughts on, I guess,
I
any of it?
I mean, I didn't get too much of the hearing today. I actually had some stuff to do, so I was gonna catch it in the morning on one of the rewatches. So I was
There's
listening
not
to
much.
y'all's show, listening to it.
You can do it in like less than 30 minutes.
Yeah. But one thing I did want to say was that I wouldn't make too big of a fuss of that. His dad calling him when he was younger, because he was pretty into some heavy drugs back then.
Well, the thing is, did they actually charge him or did they just, have him arrested to teach him a lesson, or did they actively pursue it?
Yeah. The I was gonna say
With
back
me, I
then.
might have had him scared to death by having him arrested, but I wouldn't necessarily have pressed charges.
Yeah. Yeah, just to show him a lesson.
Right.
I'm pretty sure they're public records, so we can try to somebody can pull them out. I'm pretty sure somebody will see what they actually did.
So, what is your opinion on, like, from what we know so far? Do you think that, how some people on YouTube are saying prosecution's case is falling apart, but then other people are saying no? I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
Okay, yeah, for me, it's not. It hasn't fallen apart yet. The prosecution has a solid case. The grand jury wouldn't have charged them with anything if they didn't have something clearly good enough to charge them with. I mean, but some people say opposite. I think to me the DNA is going to be a big factor. We have a lot better testing than we did a long time ago. So I think that's going to be the main thing. But the main thing is if they get that DNA thrown out, that's when their prosecution's case will fall apart.
Okay, that's interesting.
But I doubt they get it, tossed out with.
Now,
It's
how
hard
how could they get DNA? Like, how could they get it tossed out? What would be an example?
for an example is if the FBI got the match from a genealogy test, which your rights are protected from getting getting your DNA from those testings, then they could be thrown out. But they said they did, they built their own tree. That they did, how do they put it? They did unconventional. They did it in an unconventional way where they didn't go through that genealogical, ge- genealogical,
Genealogical.
Yeah.
yes, tree that would have came out like an ancestry if one of his sisters or dads or brothers or cousins
Yeah,
would
but
have
that's
got on
how
that
they
tree.
found the Golden State Killer.
Yeah, but they changed the laws after a while.
Well, I mean, this was just like in the last 5 years or less.
But now that they have the
Well,
the swab, the buccal swab from his mouth and it being a match, they probably couldn't get it thrown out now, right?
we're thinking no because the FBI didn't pursue it, and the Pullman Police Department didn't go through a genealogical, like they didn't use that type of method to find them.
But
They
if
were
they used it, the problem I see, in my opinion, is if they used it to get the warrant.
Yeah, that's what I have questions about too. Like that they base their PCA on that genealogical part of it.
Right.
yeah. It's like this. They built it off. The FBI built their own like little tree branches, but they went through like you know how sometimes everybody can go online and go like on Ancestry and put in this part of related to this person. Is anybody out there part know relatives or had a sister or he had a grandma, and then that's how they build the tree to get your family tree all together without using DNA. So that's kind of like what they went through without using the DNA supposedly.
And
And the
they
other thing,
they did it fast because it wasn't very long from the time that they collected the trash, which had his dad's DNA, from the time they arrested him. So that's like the quickest DNA result I've ever seen.
well,
That was
Yeah.
supposedly when they ran it, it came to that small family tree that they found, and there wasn't a big list to go through.
Oh, okay. So somebody in his family probably had submitted their DNA
That's the
to.
thing. If they went through the DNA, then like it can be tossed out. But if they went through Ancestry and put in their information and did like a non, because there's a couple of different DNA places you can go to, and you put it on there, then maybe it's not illegal going that way. I don't know what the FBI did because it's not in any of the documents, and that's what I think his defense attorney is going to try to go after.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's trying to get that desperately.
Yeah,
This whole case is just crazy, y'all. Let's just be honest.
it
It,
is.
it really is. Yeah.
Seriously.
It's back and forth, like and like I see it all the time in the news now. Again, like I open my phone, and it's like the first thing that pops up like every day. Of course, they had the court case today, and I just want to let you know the Golden State Killer. He's the one that got caught because he used when he was. I want to say it's him. He was the one that was talking to a reporter because he didn't like the way his one of the stores was being portrayed. So he started taunting the reporters, and they tracked him down through. I guess he worked at a church, and they tracked
No.
that. No, that's what's his name, BTK.
Yeah, that's BTK.
Oh,
Golden
Golden
State
State was
Killer
yeah,
was the original Night Stalker, and
yes, yes.
then the something area RAPIST, and then they coined him as the Golden State Killer.
Yeah,
And
yeah. There you go.
he was hiding, and they didn't catch him till he was in his 70s.
Okay,
And
wait, y'all. I got a quick question. Does anybody hear like a clicking noise?
actually, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Let me see if it's me. Let me mute myself.
Yep.
Okay, it's coming. Okay, it's not bothering me. I just want. I didn't know where it was coming from. Okay, Big Blue, you're good.
So
Okay.
anyway, that's how they found him. Was had they had DNA samples from way back then, and through the genealogy records, they were able to find him through one of these sites, and that's been in the last, oh my gosh, I'm thinking 5 years or less. I mean, because it hasn't been that long since they caught him. Hello. And BTK, they used his daughter. They compared BTK with his daughters.
And he has got such a sweet daughter.
Oh, she's a doll.
She does.
Yeah,
Very, very sweet.
You know what I think is worrisome about like the ancestry and stuff, because when all that first came out, I actually know of several friends who like they were male, and swabbed their mouth and sent it in, but put it in under like a female friend's information because they were trying to see if the site was real or not.
Hmm.
And so I know if a few of people that I know did it, there had to have been a lot of other people who did it. So now I know that it is legitimate because that's how we found our half brother in Okinawa. So I know that it still concerns me because I know people messed with it a lot when it all first came out. So I just don't know that it's always, like the validity of it is always is good.
I don't know. It's got me. I don't know how to explain it. The case is just crazy. The craziness of the case, and then you got the genetic genealogy, and then you got buccal swabs for Bryan's DNA, and you've got just three unidentified male DNA sources.
Scarlett, this case is in my head so much that when I fell asleep last night, I dreamed that and I'm not a dream, like I hardly ever remember my dreams, but I dreamed that they had the hearing today and they walked in and Bryan changed his plea to guilty.
Oh
And
wow,
then I
that
woke
would
up
have
and
been.
when I woke up, I had to look at my phone, pinch myself, everything to make sure that it was actually a dream. And I thought, wow, my mind is way too wrapped around this case.
Can you imagine if he would have walked into court today and said that he wanted to change his plea to guilty?
I can't.
2018. Thank you, Betty Joe. He was caught in 2018. I knew it hadn't have been like, I was about right. 18.
We actually were gonna go out to the court hearings this week, but since they moved everything over, we had to cancel our flights and stuff. Well, we're just about to get the tickets to go.
Yeah.
So
What do you think that the trial is going to happen in October?
no, I think it's gonna be pushed back further. Like I was telling the guys the other night, I was watching the news about a case that was going on here in Texas, and it was 2.5 years since he got arrested, and he's barely getting convicted like last week.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these, but maybe the state over there might rush it. They might have different hearings. I mean, here in Texas, where I live in a big city where there's thousands of cases a
Right.
day. Like you go get a speeding ticket, you wait in line with like 200 people, and the judge doesn't even give you a chance to try to say, hey, I want to try to do this and that. It's like either you do um, defensive driving or you pay your ticket.
Hmm.
So, you know,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I mean, I hope it starts in October, but I'm just going to be honest. If there's stuff that Ann still hasn't gotten from the state, come October the 2nd, they're not going to be prepared for trial.
I'm actually kind of hoping that it doesn't because this is a death penalty case now. Just just in the event, that he is innocent, I don't want them to rush it. I want
Right.
his defense team to be able to go through everything. And I think October would just be, I just think it would be rushed. There's just no way they could go through all of that. And I want him to have a fair trial.
well,
Right.
even like if he does get convicted and we get put on on death row. I mean, I just watched a case where the the lady that's been on death row for 7 years, waiting for. She's been appealing and hasn't. They haven't done it yet. So that's been 7 years she's been waiting and knowing that her day's coming. But we'll see.
Mm.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of them have waited, 12 years, 15 years. I mean, to me, I think that's just part of the punishment. I mean, maybe I'm cold. I don't know. But I'm just like, the more you're going to suffer, the better off, I think, because I mean they're in there for horrific crimes.
Exactly.
So I honestly don't care if they if they're looking at that calendar every single day, thinking, okay, this is when it's going to be. This is when it's going to be, because they deserve that, in my opinion.
And then on top of it being a death penalty case, then you think about the possibility of it being a firing squad. And I researched how that goes. And I mean, like
Now that's
at
fun.
least with the needle, you know, I guess they don't feel anything, but oh,
Well, that's not altogether true. There's been some that it didn't work, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
it was
was.
very painful.
If
yeah.
I'm not mistaken, the guy who did the bill for the firing squad in Idaho said that it is less painful than what lethal injection is.
Yeah.
That it's,
really?
yeah, he
Because
tried to say that the lethal injection was, I want to say he used the word inhumane,
yeah,
Yeah.
is how it was put.
well, it's like
See, I always thought it was the more humane way, you know, to.
Well, they're saying that there's been times, though, that it's been botched, the lethal injection.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
And
that happened. That happened here in Alabama. In fact, our death row is on all. They're all on hold right now because that just happened like 8 months ago. They messed up, and
Mhm.
the guy's still alive, and he suffered tremendously.
Exactly.
yeah,
yeah,
so
because it can even brain dead, or it can like some of those medicines can cause a lot of internal damage, and then you don't die, so you're suffering more.
Well, I
What
think too they can kind of set your body, make you feel like you're on fire, I mean, just like completely uncomfortable.
I don't know if y'all ever had a CT. I've had a CT
Yeah.
with the IV contrast, and even at that, they say you're gonna feel a burn, and you'll feel the medication hit your arm and run all the way into your heart, like
Yeah,
right.
inside
it
it.
burns. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can imagine if they're trying to kill you, what it feel like. If that
Well,
burn hurt,
and a
it'd be a
lot
lot
of us,
worse.
we don't realize that. Okay, I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to give my opinion on what I think. But a lot of people think because they're not fighting or doing anything, while they're putting them out, is because they don't see them doing anything. But they're given a paralyzing agent. They can't do anything.
That the thoughts you just put in my head about that.
And I
But
think
So
it's
they're
that
true.
paralyzed, and but they're still feeling. They just can't
Right.
move.
I,
Yeah.
I think it's more humane. They say with the firing squad, because I mean, once it goes through you, you got a split second before you even realize what happened. If they hit the shot right, you won't feel nothing afterwards.
And they're going to have marksmen doing that.
Yeah, they have snipers.
Right. Don't doubt. How are you?
Hey, I'm sorry I had to change my name to Cajun Chick because I had a stalker.
Oh, okay, no problem. I saw where you put that in the chat
I
earlier.
was like, I didn't remember seeing you before.
Hi,
Yes.
don't die. Is it don't die?
Yes, don't
Or
doubt.
yeah, it don't matter. You can call me whatever you want. It don't matter.
I
You're the
know.
one with the fantastic southern you were
The
talking
South
the other day.
Louisiana Cajun accent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes.
girl.
she is exactly.
Yep. Down south in Louisiana.
Yeah.
When I hear her talk, it makes me think of that movie. Do you guys remember that movie with um um um, um Goldie Hawn's daughter, and she's taking care of a family,
Yes, I know which
and
one you're talking about. The oh gosh, I can't even remember her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. I
you
know who I
sound
know.
yeah, you sound exactly like the woman, the white, when she first goes to the home and the white woman is showing
Yes,
her around. You sound exactly like her.
Skeleton Key.
Skeleton Key, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay,
She
Ken,
d-
thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she really, really sounded like she was from New Orleans. She did.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Real quick, y'all. Carrie, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, "Nice to hear from you, Big Blue. Welcome to this amazing channel. Scarlett, her mods, panel, and members are the best." And yes, we're happy Big Blue was able to come over and hang out with us tonight.
Yeah, nice to
Yes,
meet
they
y'all.
are.
Nice
Big
to,
Blue, I'm so excited. Oh, I love Big Blue. How you doing, Big Blue?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So I'm
What
off
you
tonight.
drinking? Tell me what you drinking?
I just had a Dutch roast coffee because I wasn't sleeping. I had to drop something off at my girlfriend. So maybe I might sneak in some whiskey. I don't know.
I
Sounds
got
good. Sounds
excited
good.
too when I realized it was somebody from the Drunk Turkey show. I just kind of started fangirling for a minute, or not fangirl. Ah,
I,
that didn't
I
come out right.
haven't opened this one yet, but I might.
Star in the house. YouTube star.
Pop it open.
Let's see.
But yeah, y'all, I got a question. Okay,
Okay.
this is something I cannot. I've been deliberating this over and over in my mind, and what I don't understand. Okay, the FBI did their the tests, the tree.
Uh-huh.
Why are they going to hide that? I mean, so Ann Taylor's or the jurors not going to be able to see that that was actually done? I mean, it's like they're just going to get rid of it because they can't use it because it would be going against like the people in the tree. You know, I know there's certain laws with that, but it's like,
But they
why are they doing that?
waiver. Don't they sign a waiver when they
I,
send it in? Don't they?
I don't know.
I think there's a thing, if I'm not mistaken, that whenever you, I guess, create, because I don't know how they work, because like, I'm not sending my DNA into a place like that.
Oh, me
But
neither. Oh, hell
uh,
no.
people has said there is a place on there that you can opt out of that to where the law enforcement cannot use your DNA for that. But you have to click on that to opt out of it. If you don't click on that, then they, like, if they need to use it, let's say just like they did with Kohberger stuff,
Uh,
then if you're not opted out of it, then they can use it.
But see, they have that thing with the Department of Justice where they
Mm-hmm.
have to delete it after.
But do you honestly think though they didn't keep a record of everything that they
they
did?
had to have. They had to have.
I
I mean,
just
Well,
don't. I get the DOJ thing where they're claiming they had to delete the profile, but
yeah.
I don't believe that they didn't keep a record of everything they did.
Well,
Well, I
okay.
read somewhere that they have their notes.
Yeah, he said. Uh, the DA said that only thing that they really had was notes that was jotted down by the FBI. That
Well,
was
because
in the paperwork.
wouldn't they just? I mean, they should be able to use the process. They just don't want to expose all the other people that they found
Right.
in that tree.
I mean, which they could. I don't understand why they couldn't just redact those names.
I don't either.
well, yeah,
And
because you know what? That's telling me if I was a juror, I'd be asking big time. I'd be saying, well, excuse me, how do I know that's true? I want to see for myself.
Well, how'd you get the warrant? I mean,
yeah,
Exactly, Lady V. You're right.
I mean, because that's what the PCA is based off of, is the genetic genealogy.
Exactly. I mean, jurors want to see all that. You're going to be showing them all this other stuff, but then there's going to be some stuff. You know how that's going to be so confusing? Some of those jurors are going to say, what kind of bullshit is this?"
well, and if I were the defense, I would definitely bring up, you use this to get the warrant. It's
Exactly.
PCA. So if you didn't have this, would you still have been able to get the warrant?
And see, that's
Well,
where I'm putting myself in Bryan Kohberger's shoes. If I'm sitting where he's sitting, I
Yeah.
want to know everything.
Yep,
I
me
don't
too.
care. I don't care if you had to jump over the moon 45 times and run around the earth 3. I want to know that that's exactly what you've done in order to prove that
That's
that is
right.
my DNA on that knife sheet.
I don't need to know every person's name on there, but I do need to know everything else.
I think
well,
that maybe
why?
the only reason that she might want those names, once again, I think they should be redacted. But thinking from the point of view of a defense attorney, is she wanting those names so she can prove that those people that came up in that family tree are actually kin to Bryan Kohberger?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, because
I mean,
once
Scarlett, you
again,
can't blame her. You know what?
no,
Say for instance that Bryan Kohberger was was our son, okay, and this was going on, or was our husband, you know,
I'd want to know
or
everything.
me too, me too.
Let me tell you, if that was my child, I'd be sitting up there at the attorney's table with them in court, being like, okay, this needs to be done. This needs to be done. We need to know about this, everything, because how do we know that? Once again, sitting in Bryan Kohberger's shoes, you say you did a family tree with people that I'm kin to. But how do I know that that's the people that you brought up in a family tree to say that that's my DNA if I don't get to see the people? Like, I need to see if they are really kin to me.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know they have other things in that PCA, but I mean, that's a huge one right there.
Right.
Well, I have a question. Why isn't it that the FBI couldn't just take the DNA samples that they found in the trash and just run it against the DNA from the sheath, and because that would show a familial match?
Yeah, but the
Like,
whole thing was
think
they used that DNA profile to get to the warrant to get the trash.
wait,
Wait, say that again.
I believe, didn't they use, wait a minute.
They used
no,
the
the
DNA
FBI.
from the trash. They compared that to the DNA on the sheath, which then came back and said it was 99.9998% to be the DNA on the sheath's father, bio father.
Right, and
Okay.
then they used it to get the warrant. Part
Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah,
the
it,
FBI
yeah.
didn't do the FBI just handed the information to the Moscow police.
Yeah, they
see,
tipped them off.
Yeah,
That's what they did.
see
they
if
didn't do any of
the
the work. They told them we're gonna give you a name, but y'all have to do your work to be able to get your own warrants or
Exactly.
your own arrest.
see if the FBI would have just taken that DNA from the trash and ran it against the DNA on the sheath, then they wouldn't have had to go through all this other stuff.
Well, that's what they're saying that they did in the PCA. That's how it's listed in there. That the trash from the DNA trash. Oh wait, who do we lose? Jamie. Hold on. Let me put the link back out for Jamie.
Okay.
They took that DNA, the trash DNA, compared it to the sheath DNA, and trash DNA was the father to the sheath DNA.
Okay, well, you know what? Those three other individuals, two inside
Uh-huh.
and two unknown inside and one outside from the cigarette butt. Where's their stuff? Have they brought them forward for questioning?
that's
Have they did like a ancestry thing on them?
Not as of June the 22nd. They haven't. And Jamie, I can't tell if your camera is on. If you want to cut it off before I bring you up, it's showing okay, there we go.
I just
Okay.
worry that if the warrant is thrown out, then how are you going, you have no foundation for the rest of it.
Oh, you right. Oh, that's a good one right there. You right about that, Lady V.
I mean, any unidentified DNA sources, I don't care if it's a male or if it's a female. If, once again, sitting from a defendant's point of view, I want to know who every single person's that is there. Every DNA, I want them identified. I don't
Yep.
care if it's dog, whatever. I want them identified because if I know that I'm innocent, but yet I'm being blamed for a murder of 4 kids, I want to know who those DNAs belong to because they could have been the people or person who done this.
Yeah,
But,
and look, if he's involved maybe with them.
Right.
Well, you know what? They
You need
need
to
to
prove that
have
we need to know who they
exactly.
are
That's
because
right.
because do I think that he's completely innocent? No, I don't think he's completely innocent, but I do think that there is more than one person involved in this whole thing.
Oh yeah, there's
So
more than one, definitely.
can't the defense, they're allowed to run their own testing, aren't they? Can't they take those other unidentified profiles and run them against the DNA on the knife sheath themselves and see if
Yeah,
there's any type of match?
the thing
I-
is that they're unidentified because the people that the DNA belongs to don't have no records anywhere.
Right, they're not in
So
CODIS.
they're not encoded. Yeah, they're not going to be found.
Oh,
Well, yeah, but Bryan Kohberger wasn't either.
That's true. He
But
wasn't
He
in
wasn't
CODIS.
either, though, Big Blue. I mean,
Yeah. Well, here's
it's almost like they're being excluded. Why? That it's unclear.
Run them through a genetic genealogy site
the one
and
Yep.
thing I
build their
don't
family
get.
tree.
you guys are
I mean,
confusing me. Why would it have to be? Why would it have to be in CODIS? Or why would they even need ancestry? Can't they just take this DNA sample and then take the DNA found on the sheath and just see if there's any match?
if they do it, it'd just be a worthless test because it wouldn't match because it
I mean,
matches Kohberger.
didn't they have to prove that it was indeed his son too?
The thing is, what I'm thinking, 'cause I'm not a specialist either, is that he matched with his actual DNA when they got his mouth swab. So the other DNAs wouldn't match.
Yeah,
And if
because
they
they
run
said
them,
that they ran them through CODIS, and that leads them to believe that they are not Bryan Kohberger because they didn't produce those 3 unidentified male DNA sources did not produce a hit. So
yeah,
therefore, they know that it's not Bryan's because Bryan is now in CODIS.
and
And
those other
so they're
DNAs weren't on the
saying
sheath either.
they're
Right.
saying there was no DNA. Um, Crap, I've done confused myself. Hold on, let me take a break.
Okay, so
Girl, you sound like me.
to break it down is the two that they can't identify is because they're not in any. They don't have no DNA documented anywhere. They're not in CODIS, and they're not. They haven't been arrested for anything.
Right. I
It's,
I
still think
see.
they should, if they can run Bryan Kohberger stuff through a genetic genealogy site and build a family tree, I think they should do that as well with these 3. That's
But
just my opinion to find out who they are.
yeah, but I mean, it was like we were saying the other night when, oh my gosh, I forgot her name. It just went out of my head. She was saying that she had been in the system before, so that cigarette butt she threw out, they were able to track her because she was in.
Oh,
Congress.
who was
But
that?
but then was it Kim? But then I was saying, but like if my husband was driving by a house and I was driving by a house and I threw out a cigarette, but I'm not in CODIS. I'm not anywhere to be found. I'm just somebody that was bad and threw my cigarette butt out the window. How were they going to find me? Where are they going to start on the genealogy pool?
Well, thanks, Lady V, because
Uh,
now I just realized I'm screwed because I did submit my DNA to Ancestry. I'm
oh
okay,
being,
wow,
I'm
girl.
being
but they're not
misunderstood.
supposed to be able to
I
use
thought
it.
you would have realized that before I said that.
Jamie, how are you?
I'm good. I don't know. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yes.
hear you.
Can y'all
Hi,
hear me?
Jamie.
Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear you.
Yes.
I've been sick for a week. My voice is
Oh,
terrible.
oh.
Oh,
But on this genealogy stuff, okay, so they found the DNA on the sheet, correct? And then they
Yes.
go run it through CODIS, no match. So then the FBI decides that they're gonna do a genetic genealogy. So they go build a tree. And then that brought them to not Bryan Kohberger, but to the Kohberger name. And the FBI sent them that tip that it was the Kohberger name. And so then they were like, oh, well, that's the same name of that person that has that white Elantra over there in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And so then that's when they decided to go to Pennsylvania and do the
Wait,
surveillance.
no, that's not right because they were already following Bryan
We
before
don't
he
know
went
that for
home.
sure.
Well, we do
Yeah,
because we do because they lost him for like several hours when he was traveling home with his dad, and it was after that that they got the DNA out of the trash in the neighbor's yard.
well,
But
they
the
they
FBI,
claimed they
the
claimed that they
FBI
wasn't
says,
following.
yes,
So,
yes, the FBI said they were not following him,
but
that
they
those
just
were
happened
not
But
to
they
planned
catch
did.
stops.
yeah, that they just happened, which they probably wasn't planned stops, but they're claiming that they wasn't following yet. They caught his it stood out to them whenever his plates were caught in Loma, Colorado on a plate
Exactly.
reader.
So they
Yes,
this is
probably
but
were
all,
watching for him.
but this
no,
is all
they had
according.
just gotten his name. They had just, from the genealogy, they had just gotten the Kohberger name and put the two and two together. So then
Okay.
when that hit came and all of that, that like it all
Okay, I get what you're
became
saying now.
clear to them. And
Okay.
so then that's when they sent the team to Pennsylvania because they knew that's where he was, because that's where he was heading with his father.
Hmm.
But
See, I
that
And
was
just have a
before.
little.
But they
and
started that before they got. What
I
I
have a
was saying
question.
was they started following them and circling with drones and stuff before they got the DNA out of the trash can that Brian put
right,
in the
I
neighbor's.
haven't got to that part yet. So
Okay.
then they were following him and they went in grocery stores and saw he was wearing gloves and doing all this weird stuff. And then they caught him, they saw him cleaning his car in the middle of the night. And then they saw him throw trash. And then that's when they went and got the trash, sent it back to Idaho and had it tested. And then it was the 99% that it was going to be the father of the person whose DNA was on the sheet.
Right.
Right.
And so then that's what they use to get the arrest warrant combined with all these other things. Because by that time they had gotten the his phone pings, they had gotten where he had been, those 12 times, because they were working behind the scenes that
But they
entire time, that week. They
but
were
they
working
had
behind the scenes.
but they had to have something to get a warrant to collect that DNA out of the neighbor's trash can. Is what I'm saying.
No,
No, they
they didn't
don't.
have to because it was the
No.
trash was on the side. It was at the street. It wasn't on it wasn't on anybody's
Oh,
property.
I didn't know that. Okay, I
Once you
got
put
you.
it something in a trash can, it's considered abandoned
Yeah.
property
Yeah,
It's
I
and they
was
can automatically collect it.
for some
right.
reason I was thinking it was behind their house, not on the street. I don't know.
Mm,
I
Well,
heard that.
even if it was behind their house in the alley, it's still considered abandoned property.
Yeah, well, I don't mean in the alley. I just mean like out back of their house, where you
Oh, okay.
keep the trash, right there. I don't know why I thought that, but
And I'm
I
I'm
did.
pretty sure, Lady V, that the whole story about them following him and losing him came from Howard Bloom with the airmail. I don't think that was ever in the any of the documents about them.
It's never been confirmed at all. That
Yeah.
was all came from that Howard Bloom guy. But anyway, another deal that I found recently, it was actually in the Idaho Statesman a couple of days ago, and it's talking about the IgG, the investigated genealogy
Hmm.
and genetic material. And they said that they have fewer worries about turning over this process due to privacy of the individuals. And then they said Barbara Ray Venture, she was an IgG specialist who helped with the Golden State Killer. She said that the IgG is an investigative tool, just like fingerprints or a psychic, using a psychic or having a person who identifies someone and like an eyewitness, and that who says, like Dylan would be, somebody who says that person was on the premises. And she said, it's just an investigative tool. She said, it's just something that we use to narrow down the field of who the suspects are. And she said, that's what they're doing. And so, and also I saw where a lot of times the judge will deny having the ancestry DNA stuff come in because generally it's not used to actually get the warrant. And it wasn't in this case either because they got his dad's DNA first. And they knew he was in the house with his dad. They knew that he had put that trash in the trash can. And so even though they used it to get the Kohberger name, it's not exactly used to get the warrant. It was used like a tip.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
so therefore it wouldn't necessarily come in to be used at trial so that they could protect the people who, I mean, that could be your second, third cousin twice removed that's on that genealogy tree,
Right.
you know.
Very
And
distant family members.
yes, because I've traced my genealogy,
Hmm.
and on one side it goes, well, it goes back to Louisiana is where it goes to.
Hmm.
And then if you go way back further, it goes all the way back to like Jamestown and all of that. And it's very interesting. I haven't ever turned over my DNA because I am adopted and I don't know how I feel about all that. Finding out
Right.
things that I could find out.
Yeah.
And so I've never turned it over. But I think the concern that they really have with this is, did law enforcement actually tell them that they were law enforcement and use only the people who said, yes, you can use my DNA? Or did they go in there under Joe Smo's name and put that information in there and then used people in there and not tell them they were actually law enforcement? Because then, yes, that would be illegal.
Oh yeah, big time. You're right.
So I think that's the point that they're really trying to find out. So, but whether it'll all come in is yet to be seen, since they were able to actually get his dad's out of trash.
Now,
Well,
what's going
Jamie,
on with the FBI? What's going on with
Jamie,
those three FBI agents that Ann Taylor's wanting their credentials?
Well, I think two of them are Moscow. One of them, I think, is Idaho State. I don't think it's the FBI credentials that she's wanting, is it?
I I could have swore.
You talking about the three officers?
Yeah, well, okay, I wasn't able to. I didn't have time to watch anybody's live except for one, and they were in there saying that it was Ann Taylor was wanting the credentials to verify some things about three agents.
She's just wanting. Hold on, I'm looking at Sleepy's thing that she sent over to me, and uh, it's three officers is how it was said in the courtroom. That it's she all she is wanting is the training records of three specific police
Okay.
officers.
Oh,
And
really? The police officers?
Yeah.
well, I
Oh,
think
I
two of them are Idaho State Police, and I think one of them maybe possibly
That's
Brett
what he,
Payne.
because it was
okay.
said in where she was explaining like officer one, officer two, and officer three. She did say that one of them was present when the autopsies were done.
That would be Gunderson. He was
Okay.
one of them. I know that for a fact. Gunderson was one of them.
Okay. Yeah. Big.
Colson. Tolson was another one, and Gunderson, and I don't know who the third one was.
Okay.
I don't remember.
It could be him then. Big Blue is saying he has a question. Go ahead, Big Blue.
Well, I was gonna say, did y'all, if he is innocent, do y'all find it really weird that he wore gloves, just to take the trash out and was wearing gloves around his parents' house?
Mm,
Not
if
me.
it's
not if he's
OCD.
OCD. I don't think.
No, and ever since COVID, my sister wears gloves everywhere. Ever since COVID happened, she don't wear the mask. Which I'm
Yeah.
like, why you wouldn't wear the mask and the gloves, or just the mask and not the gloves? And she's like, because I hear a lot of scientists saying that you pick up more germs with your hands.
Which is true.
I mean,
And she wears gloves everywhere.
there's
Well,
still
I'm not
COVID. I'll tell you that much.
I'm not OCD, but I wear gloves to take my trash out because the trash can at the end of my driveway is disgusting. And sometimes it even has maggots in it.
Well, wash it.
Lady,
Why didn't you think of that, Avery?
Girl, scrub that can.
Yeah, that or there's services that do it for like $55 a can.
Shoot,
And
get out the water hose.
Or you can hire one of the neighborhood kids for. I saw one of the neighborhood kids has one for like $10 a can or something like that.
Get one of those
But-
power washers and just, shoot it on down the neighborhood.
Yeah, as far as him wearing the gloves, no. I mean, OCD people. I don't think it's a big deal.
No,
Was
I don't
he-
either.
Was he wearing it to keep his DNA and or fingerprints off of stuff after this happened on November the 13th? Possibly. He could have been.
Yeah,
But,
possibly.
But then why throw it in your neighbor's trash can, not yours? That's the other thing.
See,
He's
I
trying to hide it.
I know.
Yeah, but the way I see that, I wasn't there. I didn't see it, and I'm sorry. I just don't know about that.
They got surveillance of it.
Yeah.
They do have
mean-
surveillance of him putting that in there.
Yeah.
I believe
Yes.
so.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Well,
But I mean, I would, and I even said this the other night. Maybe the Kohberger family trash can was full, or he was just trying to, or maybe got the thought in his head, well, I'll just throw this trash in my neighbor's trash, because if they are watching me, why would they go through my neighbor's trash to get my trash? Like, how would they know that it was over there? Because he didn't know that they were watching it.
Yeah,
You
but
know-
once they left,
Yeah.
they've gotten it out of their trash anyway. So I mean, logically, they're going to get it one way or the other.
I just don't understand, if they wanted his DNA that bad, why didn't they just go to his apartment and get it from there, or somewhere
or
in
the
Washington?
office.
Yeah,
He had
at the office.
Well, they couldn't, because that's his private property, and they couldn't just go. They can't go inside your apartment or inside your office to get your DNA. They have to get it by abandoned property. And they knew he was in Pennsylvania, so that's why they got it there.
now I
Okay, well,
really
that does
do
make
think
sense.
he has an OCD thing because I noticed his hands in
Raw looking from like where he's washed them so much.
oh yeah, you guys
Yeah.
noticed that too?
Mhm.
Yes, every time his hands are raw,
Yeah.
even when they stopped him those two
Yep.
times.
E-
His
and
Well,
hands
even
are raw.
He
even
didn't
in
want his
court.
aunt. He wanted his aunt to get another pot to cook, so
I'd
that
have
he
been
would.
like, you want this? If you want me to cook you food in a different set of pots, this is a bring your own pot, like a BOYB thing. This
That's
is a
right.
bring your own pot thing, because I ain't buying no pots to cook your food in. Ain't
But
happening.
I notice his hands are like that even when he's been in court. So that's
Uh-huh.
obviously something he's continuing even in jail.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
probably wiping his cell down and everything.
But,
Yeah.
So does he eat off of plates that have been washed? There's no difference between pots and pans and plates that have been washed.
I don't know. I wonder if
Did he use plastic
don't know.
silverware? I mean, how far does it go?
I don't
And
know,
I
Lady
because
realize
B, I
OCD
don't
isn't
think they give
logical,
you.
but
I think I would think in jail you get like paper plates and
no, I
utensils.
mean at his
Plastic.
aunt's house.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know.
He made him buy new pots and pans, but I mean, did he eat off the plate? Did he use the silverware? I mean, they're washed too. They've had meat on them.
Yeah, but lots of families, when they get together like that, they'll use paper and plastic. So
I
Right.
do. I
So
use paper plates because I don't want to wash dishes all the time. Me.
I
Although,
use
it,
paper and plastic too because of that.
it would
Lala
explain,
says that jails use paper plates. So maybe that's what he's getting is paper plates with his peanut butter sandwiches.
but all of that would explain why he put, if it was him, why he put the dog in a separate room. Because if if he's vegan and is against, you know, eating animals, he's not going to hurt a dog.
We didn't know. We don't know if he put the
Yeah,
dog
we don't know if he
separate
did or
room.
not, though.
I'm just saying it seems more likely that he would
Oh,
have.
okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I don't know. I don't know why I keep this thought that Kaylee was already in her room with Murphy and she heard something going on in Maddie's room and she left to go see what was going on and left Murphy in the room.
Yeah.
I've always
Mr.
thought the
Control.
same too.
I'm gonna be honest. I can see her and Maddie maybe hanging out in the same room and spending the night in the same bed and all this and that. I just can't see because we've seen the pictures and the videos with Kaylee and Murphy.
I think
It seems to me that she would let Murphy come in the room with her
Yeah,
and
I
Maddie.
think so too.
Yeah,
Right.
But
and
that's
Exactly.
my opinion.
her dad, Steve, said that they slept in the same bed often,
Hmm.
her and Maddie. So you would think she would have the dog in there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
That's why I think that Kaylee was actually in her own room.
And she heard something and she went over there, possibly tried to
Yep.
stop it, and she got attacked too.
Yeah.
And as small as that room is, she could end up in that bed with Maddie.
Right. That is true. Big Blue,
So,
what was you saying a minute ago?
I think wasn't she the one that was visiting, right? She had just
Yeah,
Correct.
she was just
uh,
there for the
so
weekend.
she had gone for like 2 weeks and she was planning on moving, so maybe none of her stuff was there. I don't
But
know.
there
Her,
is a picture that was taken from the backyard, and it was dark, and the light in Kaylee's bedroom was on, and you can see her bed is still there.
No.
But in the picture, it looks like you know how when somebody gets in a bed, like they'll turn the cover back, but they haven't gotten in the bed yet. That's almost what it looks like. Like she was getting ready to go to bed, had the cover pulled back, but she just hadn't gotten the bed yet because she heard something in the other room.
right.
It's what it's like. That's just my opinion. Summer, have a good night.
Good night,
Uh,
Summer.
It
Good
makes
night.
night,
sense.
Summer.
Now, whether that's what happened or not, I don't know. But I have that thought for some reason, and then that's the reason why her and she ended up in Maddie's room.
Yeah, I sound a little muffled because I couldn't get my regular mic to work, so I'm going off my camera mic.
I'm sorry.
So
Did you read Trolls?
Read Troll's comments.
Uh-huh.
Oh Lord, hold on, let me find it.
do y'all follow the Idaho Facebook page?
Which one?
Uh, can't remember.
It's
Well,
not
yeah,
like
I know there's a few. I
I follow a bunch of them.
Well, I follow one. There were two of them, but on one of them, I saw a post today. I'm not sure if it's old or new, but there were some trucks there picking up some
Oh,
furniture and stuff like that. I
yes.
wonder if it was an old photo or a new photo. I haven't looked
Oh, the
into it.
mattresses?
Yeah, they were.
No,
Well, they
that
were
was
like moving
today.
trucks.
Oh yeah, no, there was you talking about the truck that was backed up to the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was today. Chanley Painter from Court TV actually did a video standing in front of the house, and at first I thought it was a cleaning company because at first that's what she had put it as on Twitter, and then she came back and did another tweet that said that they are there getting the personal belongings out of the house of everybody that lived there so they can give them back over to the family.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I thought they
remember.
did that already.
I thought they got some of the stuff out, but apparently they hadn't got everything out because that's what she's saying that they were doing. And they're getting ready to demo the house, which
Yeah,
is
that's
like
what I'm
the
Yeah,
That's a
afraid.
big
worst.
mistake.
that's
God,
what
I wish.
we're debating the other day because they had said they were going to hold off, and we don't know what they decided yet.
Yeah, the only thing I heard was that it was supposed to be sometime this summer, but they never gave a date. I
Yeah.
just think that is like the worst thing ever. Hey,
It
Leo, how are
really
you? That they
is.
could do right now is to
Oh
tear that
yeah,
house.
definitely. They shouldn't be doing that. What if the jury wants to do what they did with the Murdaugh trial? Maybe
Yeah.
they want to walk through.
I
Yep.
know.
I
That
don't
is like,
understand that. See, to me, that sounds like they're trying to hurry up and demolition that house for a reason, which I could be wrong, but I don't understand that. That
Well, there,
doesn't make any sense. What if the knife is still in the house?
there
What if
was
it's in there hidden somewhere and they got to get rid of the damn evidence?
there was two reasons why they wanted to do it that I know of. One of them was it's costing them so much money to pay for the security, which I think the state donated so much money because it was costing like something like 30,000 a month just paying the armed security to be there. And the other thing was they wanted to build a memorial that way the families can move on
Yeah,
and
that's true.
I just
start
think though that
Yeah.
it
healing.
seems like if they leave the house though, and I, like I said before, I know that the house is an eyesore. I know that it gives people a bad feeling and it's a sad thing to look at. But if these kids at that college and even that college and those people in that town really want justice for these kids, they will just suck that up and be like, leave the house until after the trial is over with. Once the trial is over with, then tear it down. We understand that it needs to be standing throughout the trial. It seems like to me that they would understand that
That's
instead of
I
right.
just rushing to tear it down.
I honestly think that the college just wants it like just erased. That I mean, they just want everything that can possibly not
I,
be in sight at all to bring up the
I could
trial.
tell y'all if I was a parent, and I'm not saying that these four victims' parents should go do this because I'm built different. Okay. But me, they would have to run over me to get
Yeah,
to the house because I would be
me
camping
too.
out at the front door
Yep,
saying, you're not going to tear this house down until this trial is over with and my child gets justice.
That's
exactly.
But that,
right.
but that's just me.
Well, some of the families have said that to the University of Idaho,
Yeah.
who actually owns the house now.
That they want the house to continue standing until after the trial.
Yes,
Now,
yes,
now
some of them
should
have.
they should take that into consideration though. This is what the victim's family wants. Why would you not listen to the victim's families? I don't understand that.
Did y'all know that the president of that college was raised in that house?
Yeah,
That's what I heard. I
I
heard
heard
that
I
too.
heard that too.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, when he was younger, he lived there.
Wow,
like in the 60s or whatever.
Hmm.
wow.
Now
Yeah, that house got a lot of history.
I was
It
talking to
does.
somebody and I say, well, the state's going to lose a lot of money from enrollments. I mean, because what happened there, and the person I talked to was telling me that more of the students that go there actually go. It's like a state funded school.
Hmm.
They just have to get accepted, so they don't make a lot of money. I mean, they make the state money, but not in like a private college where people are paying 30,000 a year to go to.
Oh, 30,000 is a state college
Well,
fee.
that's an out of state fee. I thought like I can go to college here
No.
in San Antonio for the whole year as community college, and I pay under 3 grand. And if I go to UTSA, it'd be around, which is the bigger college, it would be around maybe 13, 14,000. I know out
Wait,
of state
here.
they cost more.
Well, like Texas Tech,
Oh, Texas Tech is expensive. No,
it's
UTSA is
it's like 20,000.
yeah.
But I mean, I'm just comparing kind of, and I know like Angelo State, which is comparable to Idaho, it's a little cheaper.
Yeah.
But I mean, but no, you go to private college like Baylor,
Oh yeah.
that's like $80,000 a year.
Yeah. I was actually gonna attend Michigan State, and the out of state tuition was probably over 15 years ago was 24,000 for 1 year.
Wow,
So
can you imagine what it is now, Big Blue?
Wow.
imagine. That was
Ava
just
Wow,
says,
crazy.
man.
Ava says 100,000 a year at my daughter's private university.
That's expensive.
Hmm.
Y'all, and I heard LSU is starting to go up a lot on their prices too. Let me tell you something. I'd have to go hooker, okay? I'd have to go hook on Four Corners in Lafayette to pay for that.
Yeah.
I'd have to go to
Oh my
Michael's down
God.
here, down Highway 90 right here at Michael's. I'd have to go dance around the swing around the pole over there.
Hey,
I'd still be in debt.
there's a non-running joke in our show that I give private pole dances. I'm gonna have to start giving those too.
Oh
When
my
my kids,
gosh.
when my
Big
kids go to
Blue,
college.
big sexy Big Blue.
Yeah, LSU, I mean, just think of though how many campuses there are throughout the state of Louisiana.
Well, I know here our state college is not cheap. Whether you're in the state or not, it's not cheap.
Hmm.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm actually starting in the fall again, and it's under $800 per semester at the community college we're going to. So there is cheap schools out there.
Yeah,
Right.
there
And
Yeah,
is.
there is. And a lot of colleges, if you make under 100,000, I know in Texas anyway, if you make under 100,000 at some, and even at others, if you make under 60,000, they pay for your tuition in full. So, I mean, there's lots of ways to get around it. You just have to know.
Hey Tanya, how are you? Okay, real quick, y'all. If y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please go do so. We have an awesome panel tonight. We got good conversation going. Uh, need to get the algorithm, get the video out in the algorithm within the channel and all that. So y'all go hit the thumbs up. I'm trying to make sure I haven't missed anybody in chat. And y'all, if I have, I do apologize.
But also, I was thinking about that um, unknown male DNA in the house.
Uh
And, we talk so much about touch and transfer. I just wonder what it is, where it was found. Like if it was found
huh. Because
in
they
in
left
and
that.
around, yeah, if it was found in and around like any of the victims, that they were around a bunch of people that night. So
Right.
they were
Yeah.
either at Sigma Chi or a corner club. And, like even at the grub truck, we all watched that. How many people did they hug there? You
Uh,
know,
Maddie hugged number 9. Kaylee hugged the dark-haired girl. Trying to think
Somebody
if there
also
was.
had the long-haired guy
so I'm just
in the
thinking,
brown sweater.
that they had to have picked up DNA from there. So it could be anybody.
I'd still want to know though who it was. Honestly,
I mean, I don't blame you. I think they should find out who it
right?
is,
It's just.
personally.
I mean, honestly, if they don't try to even find out who it is, it's almost like an incomplete investigation.
Exactly. Exactly. Find out who they are too.
Yes. I
And I
mean,
watched another deal that I was telling you about the other night, and I put it in your Facebook group, and it's a video from Court TV, and they're talking about this unknown male DNA.
uh-huh.
And those lawyers said, well, in the end, it doesn't really matter because so much of the other evidence that they have, him being in the area 12 times, his car being caught on camera that night, they have so much more.
He touched her Wi-Fi.
Yeah, they have so much more that for it to be him. And they said, if you have coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, it's no longer a coincidence.
Yeah, but let me tell y'all something about that
That's
car.
what they said.
Okay, that car, that does not look like the car from the gas station picture, and then the car that's driving in the back going up the hill behind the reporter.
Uh-huh.
That don't no more and the man in the moon look like no Elantra. Because the one that's going up the hill behind the reporter, that looks like a totally different car than what's in the gas station picture.
The one
Well,
in the
I
gas
don't think the
station.
gas station picture is
I don't
his
either.
car anyway. And I don't think that one up by the reporter is him either, because that was 2 or 3 days after it happened, and the only time he was back in the area was the next morning before everybody even knew what had happened.
What was going
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
The one in the gas station photo, it definitely has very tinted
Tinted
windows.
windows.
Yes.
And you know what? Was that a video? Was that a video? Did the gas station girl that captured that? Was it a video? Because you know
Uh-huh.
what?
Yeah, I
If
think
you
it was.
okay, well, let me tell you this: the picture that they show, if you look at that photo really good, you could see the person with the cell phone taking the picture, and you can actually see the guy in the glass of the screen of that cell phone. So I think they just went and snapshotted on the screen of the TV where they showed the video.
Yeah,
Because if
that's
you
all they
look at
did.
it, yeah,
Yeah, they just
well,
took a picture of. That's why if you look at it, it's got the lines. Like if I was to take my cell phone and take a picture of something on my TV,
yeah,
it's got all those lines to it. That's why what hurt the picture that was put out there more, because it
okay.
was taken with the phone looking at a computer screen, TV screen, whatever they had there
But that picture
that
does not
pulled
show
up.
the license plate. It
Uh-uh.
I
does
think
not.
they have more camera angles, maybe, but you can see that it is somebody holding an iPhone and it's a green case on it. So
Right.
the green case will make the picture look a lot different. Might give the
Yep.
windows a little bit more
Yeah,
darkness
because you
to
can
it.
see that case in it really good.
Yeah,
So I don't know. I just don't think that that's the car,
I
the
don't think
Honda
it is either.
Elantra.
No, I don't
Honestly.
think it is either. And you know what? Okay, they made a big hoopla. Okay, hooting and hollering and hollering and all kind of crap about the apartment. And
Uh,
turns out the blood on the pillow and the sheet or whatever, that's his.
yeah,
They,
probably
they,
shaven or something like that.
I mean,
I don't,
really, you
I
know,
don't
maybe
know.
he was doing the nasty with the girl, with a
Oh, that's too
girlfriend or
much
something.
information. Don't dive.
But I
But
mean,
I don't know if we know that yet though, because I'm still thinking that the FBI hasn't finished those results yet.
I think they
Or
said the pillow did come back and it was negative. The blood on the pillow. It
because
wasn't as
Sleuthie
bad.
had some results she got that she put out on hers, and it showed a lot of stuff that was negative. Two things were positive, and that was for him. It wasn't for any of the victims, because that's on Sleuthie Goosey's on her channel.
Hold on. I'm
It
really?
should, yes, go and look on her channel, and you're gonna see. I forgot what day it was, because matter of fact, Unique Van Life, she had captured, she even got the picture. She went to Sleuthy Goosey's and she put it on hers to show, because it has Sleuthy Goosey across it.
I wonder where Sleuthy got those results from.
I don't know,
They
but it
were in one of the
shows,
PCAs.
yeah, it shows
Yeah.
negative,
We
negative,
went
negative,
Oh,
negative,
we went
except for
through it
two.
on a show, and it was on one of the PCAs. Now the one thing
Yes,
that made me think that was weird is they also collected a pizza cutter because it had red stuff on it. Like,
Yeah,
how
he
can
had
that come with
a
a pizza cutter?
lot of orange stains and brown stains and red stains all over the apartment, and people are still wanting to know what happened to the man's shower curtain.
let me tell y'all something about that shower curtain right now, and that pizza cutter. That cutter. That's a pizza. He ate a
No,
Oh, the
he ate a damn
shower.
no, it's like
pizza, y'all. Come on. I mean, and then
Everybody,
look the shower
ev-
curtain.
If
everybody
stop
if
was
laughing
worried
about the
about the
pizza
shower
cutter.
curtain, though.
if he
I ain't
took
got no
that
shower
shower
curtain.
curtain, if
I ain't
he
got no
took
shower curtain either.
well, they may not have had one, but if they did, and if he took that shower curtain, there's going to be DNA all over that shower curtain.
I
wait, you
think
guys are
I have a theory that he put that shower curtain in the car, and that's why he didn't get a bunch of stuff on his car.
But
He
if
put it
he
on his
did,
seat.
why wasn't there any DNA transferred from the shower curtain? Because you're in the shower, you're losing DNA.
Well, it would just be his.
Yeah, it'd be his in his car, so it would be.
you
Well,
guys
yeah,
Yeah.
but if he put that shower curtain in his car, then are you talking about his shower curtain?
Yes, his
Yeah,
shower
Yeah,
curtain.
his
from
It was
his
shower
his
curtain
apartment.
part.
in his apartment, he didn't have one. And whenever the paperwork came out and they was talking about all the different places they had taken the red spots and the brown spots, and one of them was on the shower rod. People went crazy, like, where's the shower curtain
Oh,
at?
that's
Like,
right.
it was like the
Right.
topic of 2 nights
I remember that.
of
Yeah.
where this man's
Yeah.
shower curtain was.
Well, how
Oh
did
my
I
God.
miss all that?
Huh?
If he has a rod and no curtain,
My
then
first
he
time
could have
hearing it.
put it in his car and then
Yeah.
gotten rid of it
true.
when if he had like some coveralls or a hoodie, something on the outside where he just
See,
took
that's
those
Dawn
off before he
Daniels.
got in the car.
Dawn Daniels, that one, let me tell you something. I got some stuff on her, okay?
Yeah, I've
Her,
heard some stuff about her too.
oh yeah.
Who's
Yeah, and it
who's
ain't
Dawn
good. So you know
Daniels?
what? She can't talk. And
She's
here they didn't have no body cams. You're gonna go in, and then look, listen to this. I don't know if y'all seen the when they were going into his apartment. Y'all, they know as well as everybody that they were on their way over there to Pennsylvania to arrest him. Well, he ain't home. He's in Pennsylvania. And what they do, they go in with this big old round looking dome thing or whatever. You know, the thing that they bust through your door?
yeah, the
They,
round.
they hollering and banging on the door and police open the door. They know he ain't there. They take that thing and trying to bust through the door or was gonna. They go in there like he's there and they well know he ain't there. But I don't
But
understand that.
isn't that what they were doing though? Would that be considered standard protocol
Yeah,
for
it
doing
is.
that?
Yeah, it is.
Just in case someone was in there, even though they knew he wasn't there, just in case someone else is in there.
And in
Right.
case he had like a house sitter or
Maybe
something.
so. Yeah, I
Yeah.
never thought about that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But Don Daniels, hey YouTuber, how are you? Don Daniels is the one that did the the warrant application in Washington for his apartment.
Oh, okay.
And she's the one that put in there. She let the judge know about the DNA and on the sheet and the all that stuff. But then she asked the judge, please do not consider that, as it could be just in case it's found to be inadmissible later on. And everybody threw a fit over that too. Like, why would you even include that and then say that you don't want the judge to consider that whenever you're given the warrant to her and all that. Hey, Glowbug, how
Yeah,
are you?
I don't
So,
understand that. I don't understand that at all.
but yeah,
That's
that's who she is.
that don't make
So if
sense.
I have a question, if they released the results from, what was found in his apartment in a PCA, why haven't they done that with, what was found in his car and
Oh,
his
we've got the
current home?
car. What was found in his car?
I mean, the results.
Big Blue, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out with us.
No, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me on.
Oh,
Bye,
you're
Big
welcome.
Blue.
Anytime
take
you
care.
Bye.
you two, anytime you want to come over and hang out, just come over and grab a link. You're more than welcome.
I know us ladies are kind of wild, but you can handle that, Big Blue.
I can.
He's a Texas boy. He can handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take care. Good night.
All right,
guys.
you have
You
a good
too.
night.
You too.
Okay. Yes, we do have what they found in his car. Give me 1 second.
Well, I know we have what they found, but what I'm saying is if they released results of what they found in his apartment being, negative and hit being his blood, why
Mhm.
haven't they released results from the car?
No, that's what she was talking about, Avery, is in the search warrants when they did presumptive blood testing in his
Yeah.
apartment. There was
Oh,
only 2 things that came out positive. The rest were negative.
okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. And look, I'm trying to see. I'm going through Sleuthy's timeline right now of the whole thing because she has a lot of different tabs within the timeline that you can go to. And she says, okay, so one thing that they had seized from the apartment, there was a collection of dark red spots. It was collected without testing. I was trying to see if there was the presumptive. I was trying to see if she had that on here. I don't see it. Okay, so she may not have it on here, but I do remember seeing that. So somewhere. I even went over it, but I think that's when I had my old computer. I don't think I have it on this one. Let's see. Where's my Kohberger thing? No, I don't have it on this one. But it did tell all the different areas that they had taken it, like the swabbed it or whatever. And it was basically they told everywhere in each room where they took it from, and it was multiple places in each room.
Right. Because you've read it on here before.
Right. Yeah, I showed the paperwork and everything. I don't remember where I found it, so I can go back to it now. But I'll have to find it and then have it ready for tomorrow night.
You need to put all that in the same Google Drive.
Yeah, well, what happened is I ended up having to get a new computer,
Oh,
and
yeah, that's right.
a lot of my stuff is still sitting on my laptop. So I need to plug it up and let it charge and get everything transferred from my laptop to the new computer. That way I have it all in one spot.
I forgot you had done that.
So that was, and I know that's what I'll do. I'll just have to get the stuff off the old one tomorrow, and then that way I can bring it up where it has each item, what they tested, what tested positive for blood, because it was 2 or 3 things that came back positive for blood.
Yeah, one was on his pillow and one was on his sheet or his bed, the mattress cover. I forgot
Right.
what another one was.
Let's see.
Does anybody know where Big Al is tonight?
No, I haven't talked to him today.
He's usually here by now, isn't he?
Yeah, he usually is, but he may be sick. I don't know. I haven't got to talk to him, so he may show up tomorrow night. Unless they were just, what is tonight? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking it was Friday night. Okay, so she's okay on her thing, trying to find out where did the positive ones go though. I know that there was something positive. Okay, here we go. In the bedroom, she has a log of items in the bedroom of his Washington apartment, presumably tested for blood plus the results. There was a reddish brown stain on an uncased pillow, 2 separate stains, only large stain tested, it tested positive. There was a brown irregular drip, multiple stains on mattress cover of bed, only 1 stain positive, it tested, 1 stain tested and it tested positive. So that was the only 2 out of the entire house that I see on here that tested positive.
And then they found that animal hair like underneath his mouse pad or something.
Yes, 1 possible animal hair strand. But I wonder why they didn't test it.
Well, it would go to the DNA lab to see if like it was a match to Murphy.
I wonder if they did that. I mean,
I
that
hope so.
it would make complete sense if they would have.
Or even
With
if it
Josh?
belonged to that poor
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
buddy,
that's
yes.
sad.
Yeah. Yep.
That poor
Because they
kid.
came out like super quick. Law enforcement did, and said that that little buddy's case was not connected to this case.
Yeah, they did very fast.
And I don't. How do you know that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Buddy was an Australian Shepherd, right?
I think so. He was some type of little shepherd dog.
Yeah, I think he was an Australian Shepherd,
It
Yeah.
might have been.
like a blue merle one.
Yeah. So I mean, you find an animal hair. The man don't have animals. Okay, he has no cats. He has no dogs. Literally, there's 4 kids in a house murdered, and there is a dog in the house. That would tell me if I was law enforcement. Okay, let's we think this is an animal hair. Let's go test it. Let's
When
get
is-
Right.
something like whatever we need to do. You know that the Gonzalez family or even Jack would have brought Murphy in, and they would have did what they needed to do in order to see if that animal hair belonged to Murphy.
Right.
If
And
it
when-
did, he's got some explaining to do on why do you have Murphy's hair in your apartment.
And they
When
might
you-
have taken some of Murphy's hair just in case before they released him to Jack.
Wouldn't it be awesome if Murphy broke it?
I
It
even
would
said
be.
that about just like with Alec Murdoch.
Yeah.
Bubba and the other little dog Cash, if it wouldn't have been for them, then Paul wouldn't have been taking a video of Cash's tail, and Bubba wouldn't have, if he wouldn't have had the chicken. We can't forget about the chicken either. If he would have had the
Exactly.
chicken, we would have never knew that Alec Murdoch was down there.
True.
Bubba being ornery.
Right. So I mean, those animals, if you think about it, and you technically go all the way back, the animals is what helped solve Paul and Maggie's case.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it could be the same thing with Murphy, and it could be the same thing with Buddy, to find out who did what happened to him, because that case still hasn't been solved.
Yeah. It would be
Uh,
quite interesting if it was actually connected.
Right. Yes, it's me says, I've been listening, and did they tell you what comes next after today? As far as the court, yes, it's me. Is that what you're talking about? They do have court. Didn't they reschedule it for July the 14th, or that's just the deadline for?
That's the deadline. They
Deadline.
haven't released another date for the next hearing that they're going to do because they have to do on the third motion
Oh, yeah, that's right.
and
They still gotta do that
also
one.
the to stay the proceedings. That
Right.
motion.
I thought that would have been handled today also.
It was supposed to. It was on the docket, but they didn't for some reason or another.
Y'all, my mic was muted and I've been talking to myself for the last 20 minutes. I'm like, well, why the hell they not listening to me? Shit. Oh my God. This case is driving me crazy. It is my stomach is just always stays in knots. And then my husband said, not only do you snore, but you've been talking in your sleep. He said, it better not be about Bryan Kohberger.
That's what it probably is.
Oh my God. It's crazy though. My God. And then I'm telling y'all right now, this ain't gonna take place in October. They're
I don't
gonna
know.
no way. They're gonna keep pushing it back and nope,
Yeah.
it ain't gonna happen.
At this point, it has to begin by November 22nd. There's no way around it unless if she gets the stay, then it can go a little longer, but I don't think so much because he didn't waive his right to a speedy trial, and that's when it has to start by.
Yeah.
Yes,
Which
it's
is-
me. They haven't set another date yet, so
Can you-
we'll just have to watch for the court documents to come out, and it should say what day the next day they will be in court.
Can he change his mind on the speedy trial thing?
I believe that he can,
I thought so.
but then we're probably looking at a couple of years at least.
And did y'all ever read up on the Alford case?
Alfred.
No,
I mean,
I forgot.
Alfred.
You heard about that? Because it's similar. They saying that's why they decided to do a stay, because it's similar to the Alford case. I haven't read up on it, but it's weird because that's my maiden name. It's people pronounce it Alfred, but it's not. It's
Alfred.
Alford is Alford.
Alfred.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
and
Alford.
yeah, and that just so happened to be my maiden name. That's weird. But it had a lot to do with that case for why they chose a stay. For him not to plead guilty or not guilty. So y'all may want to do that when y'all get a minute. is just kind of read up on the offered case.
Well, I heard
And
about that in the West Memphis 4 because they had to do that there.
yeah, I need to read. I read a little bit, but I need to read more up on it because it's interesting.
I'll have to check into it.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my God.
gonna.
Julie said, I had a dream of being trapped in a car with Bryan Kohberger. It was terrifying.
Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
God.
Oh, Jesus.
That's the worst one yet.
Oh my God. Well, then you know what, Julie? You're spending a little bit too much time on this case. Take a little bit of break, just a little bit of a break on it.
Yeah, that offered plea is really a strange thing.
Yeah,
You say you're guilty even though you're not guilty so they can let you out. It's like,
Well,
that's
that's
I'm
crazy.
they
sorry.
don't.
I'm not pleading guilty to something that I'm not
Well,
guilty of doing
but if
just to
you've
get out
been
of
in
jail.
jail for 10, 15 years and they say, hey, we'll let you out today if you do an offered plea. But if not, then, you're going to have to stay and you're going to have to do all this stuff. Basically, it's kind of like they're saying, we're not going to admit our guilt in this, that we were complacent, but to save face, you're just going to have to plead guilty and then we'll let you out today.
Yeah.
Have y'all watched The Staircase on Netflix
Oh, yeah.
with Michael Peterson?
Yeah.
No, I haven't watched it.
I haven't watched it either.
He ended up doing an offered plea, which means you don't say you're guilty or you're not guilty.
Well, they did. They had to say it in the West Memphis 4. They had to say it. And then they could make a statement kind of to the contrary, but they had to plead that.
I couldn't do that because you have that on your record. If that's what they make you do for the rest of your life, if you're not guilty of it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
No,
Yep.
I understand that.
I don't know if I could do that or not. But that's just me. I'm hard headed like that. I'd be like, no,
You Ted Durr, huh, Scarlett?
huh?
I said you Ted Durr. That's the Cajun French for a hard head.
Yeah, that's exactly what I am.
You Ted Durr.
I don't know if I could do it or not.
I don't know if I've been in there that long and I could go home that day. Oh, it'd be hard. Well, they said it was hard to do, but basically it was like, go home today or stay in here. And they decided to stay in, to say it.
Kim, no, Buddy wasn't the golden doodle. That was Murphy. Kaylee's little dog. That was the golden doodle. Buddy is the little dog that, well, y'all know what happened to him.
Yeah.
That was, I believe, his family lived like right outside of town, I believe.
Yeah, and then they had that guy at the same time. Remember, right around that same time, they had that guy that was threatening people with a knife.
Oh, on the bike path.
Yeah.
James Leonard, that Leonard guy.
Yeah, he got arrested after was it like a few weeks after the murders happened? And Fofa, if you want to come back up, honey, for some reason, right whenever I went to pull you up on panel, you dropped off. So if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome to.
Oh God, here comes my husband. Look at him with his frog eyes. He's want me to go to bed. He's looking at me like, what are you doing out here? It's almost 2:00. Oh, it is 2:00 in the morning.
Getting eat up by skeeters. That's what.
Yes, girl. Oh my God, they so bad. It is so hot. It was so hot today, Scarlett. I swear I could have stripped butt naked and ran down Highway 90 next to the 18-wheelers just to give me a breeze.
It's going to be 100 degrees or higher in Louisiana for the next 7 days.
Girl, it is so hot. I'm like, there's no air to breathe. I can't. I'm going to be 57 next week, and it's like, I cannot handle this hot weather like I used to.
That's why I'm not going outside unless I have to.
Oh my God. It's like you need an oxygen tank.
The older you get, the harder it is. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was 110 here today.
Oh my God, Lady V.
Oh, no,
And
not me.
Wow.
That was Jamie.
no, that's me here in Texas where I
Oh yeah,
live.
Texas. Oh yeah, girl.
It
Whew.
was 110, and where I live in the part we don't get a lot of humidity, and but then the wind is blowing, and so you feel like you're in a straight up furnace. It's
My
like
husband,
Wow.
my husband said
sitting
it's gonna
on
be
the porch of hell.
105 tomorrow where we're at.
Oh Jesus. Well, I don't guess I'll be working out in my yard for sure.
Hot. People
That
people
is
up north, they don't understand like it gets hot down
Can
here.
you imagine what it was like before air conditioners?
Uh-uh.
Oh,
yeah. I,
heavens.
I kind of do remember because when I lived with my grandparents, they raised me till I was 15, and they had no air conditioning except for an old box attic fan in the attic.
Oh my God. My
And
husband's grandparents, when they built their new house, they built an
yeah,
attic fan. And
oh yeah,
if nobody don't know what an attic fan is, you cut this thing on at night and you raise your windows up and
Yeah,
it sucks that cool night air through
yes,
the house. But that thing is like loud as I don't know what.
it is, but
yes,
man, it
yes, it
feels so
is.
good. But that feels so good to get nice fresh air like that.
Right.
But you
But
see,
yeah,
back in the day, back in the day, you could leave your windows open, you could leave your doors unlocked. Now,
you can't do
uh-uh,
that.
no, no,
You can't.
nope, can't do that.
But I know how it is when it's hot because I mean when our power was out the other day for those few nights, it was literally like you couldn't if you went outside to try to get fresh air to cool off, you couldn't cool off.
It was like
It
a
was just
sauna.
yeah.
God,
Well,
please don't let us get no hurricanes this year. Please, Jesus,
I hope we
please.
don't.
I
I hope
pray
we
to
don't.
Jesus, Mary, and Buddha, please do not let us get no hurricane.
Hey, Lady Claymore. Yeah.
You're just placing the bets with all of them, huh?
Oh Lord, I'm trying
Because
any of them
when
because
our power goes out from the hurricanes, it takes forever for like where I'm at because we're so far out in the country for them to get our power on because the first places they're going to do is the cities and then the towns.
oh, that's
And then
true.
everybody in the country, we always end up last.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Scarlett. Girl, bless your heart, honey. I hope y'all's power don't go out no more. But
I
for a
hope not.
hurricane, y'all got a generator, huh? For a
Yeah,
hurricane?
we had to go buy one the last time the power went off. We had to go buy one that day. It went off early that morning. All that day we didn't have it. The next morning we went and bought it, and then the power came on later on that night. But
Oh,
either
Minlaw.
way, either way, we needed a new one, so we went ahead and got it. So we do have a new one now.
Well, that's good. That's good.
We got one when we had a huge ice storm coming through about 10 years ago. We bought one and hooked it up to our propane tank. So if that ever happened where we needed electricity, we'd have it.
Oh, well, that's good.
Generators get hard to find if you wait too long.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
definitely. You don't want to wait to the last minute
Uh-uh.
because,
And then you're going to pay a fortune if you do, you know.
Right.
oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Because I mean, once they start saying hurricanes are heading towards Louisiana, everybody here goes to the gas station. They fill up every vehicle they have and at least 10 gas cans for the generator.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because if they don't have no electricity, the gas pumps don't work.
yeah.
Exactly.
And see, that's why we hooked it up to our propane tank. So, because that gas gets expensive quick, man.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it
Yeah.
always goes up. It
Oh, yeah.
always goes up right before June, the June 1st.
Yep.
It starts climbing, and then when you
And
hear the hurricane, oh, we got a hurricane out in the Gulf. Poop, that's it. It goes up even higher.
yeah, and back in the day, I mean, people had heart. I mean, they were helping each other. So
Oh
they
yeah,
dropped the prices to help people out, you know?
exactly.
They don't care about anything anymore.
No, no, they sure don't. No, they sure don't.
Oh, and
It ain't.
Avery left a message in back chat. She said that her son had woke up, so she had to hop down. Because if she kept talking, he would have stayed awake. So she's back in the
Yeah.
chat.
Oh, poor baby, sure.
So that's where she Freya said it is where she's at 60 degrees where she's at. Freya,
It's
you can
Oh,
come.
76.
You can come to the south and get
where's
out.
that at? Where's she's
76
at?
here.
I don't know where she's at. She said she was in 60 degrees where she's at.
Oh man, I would do anything for it to be that. I can't wait till the fall. Oh my God, I can't wait.
We're never happy, are we? Either we're
No, we're
freezing or
not.
we're
And then my
burning up.
hormones. Let me tell you, I could easily overdose on my hormone patches. I feel like just undoing a whole box and sticking them all over my body,
Well,
and
I
just
tell you what, I finally got past that point, and I am so glad.
oh Lord.
It took
I
forever. That's like the most miserable thing. You're going to spontaneously combust.
Oh, she's in Freya is in Australia. So
What
it's
that?
That's
winter. It's
right.
winter time over in Australia when it's summertime here. So that's why it's cold there.
Wow. Well, that's nice.
Well, it's
Yeah.
still 76 here.
Somebody said in chat a while ago that it was 58 in Western Washington, I believe.
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
wow.
Wow,
I would be
man.
happy
Oh
with that
my
right now,
God.
to be honest.
That would be so nice. I want
We
to go
always
somewhere.
we always
Some,
run for the mountains come August, or
yeah.
at
See,
least a week.
we always go in September, and we always head to Tennessee. Tennessee or Georgia. Georgia mountains or the Tennessee mountains.
I guess Sleuthy, she must have fell asleep tonight.
Yeah, I
Of
was
course,
really looking forward to hearing her, too. I really like her.
I
She's
Yeah.
love Sleuthy. Oh
smart.
my God.
She's a smart lady.
She's so smart. And let me tell you something. She don't play. Her,
No.
she holds her own. I promise you. That girl right there, I love her.
And I don't know why some people have a problem with her. I was in another chat the other night and somebody was in there complaining. It's like, you
I
don't
don't
like
know why.
get out of here.
Right. Hey, Illusion, how are you?
I don't know why. Because I mean, she is like just awesome. I got a
Yeah.
lot of
She
respect
is.
for her.
Oh,
And
I do too.
she did tell me that she was laying down trying to get her baby to sleep, so she probably fell asleep as well.
Yeah.
Let me see. There was 3 documents that dropped today, so I'm gonna pull them up real quick.
Okay. Okay. And look,
Let's.
I'm gonna jump down and just go in chat, y'all.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming
Okay.
up.
All righty. Y'all
Nice
have
to
a good
talk to you
night.
again, hon.
All
Nice
right,
to
you
Take.
talk.
too.
Okay, y'all take care.
All
Bye.
right, you
Good
too.
night.
Okay. Good night.
I just love the way she puts things.
Okay, there is the state request time. Okay, so that's the one I want to start out with. Sometimes they put their request and then the orders for that request backwards on the website.
Everything about this case is
I
backwards.
know it's ridiculous, honestly. Oh shit, that's too. Hold
My
on.
dad would have said bass backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what it is pulled up, right? Can y'all
Yeah.
see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure because there's a lag between when I see it pulled up than what my YouTube is actually showing.
Yeah, well,
Um,
I can see it on both the chat and the stream.
okay. Hey, Deline, how are you? All right, so this is the state's request for time to respond to the defendant's third motion to compel discovery and supporting declarations. So comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby requests an extension of time to respond to the following recent filings. So number 1 is the objection to the state's motion for the protective order, which was the one that Jay Logston put out the other day. Number 2 is the defendant's third motion to compel discovery. 3 is the declaration of Ann Taylor in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. 4 is the notice of filing the declaration of Bicka Barlow in support of the defendant's third motion to compel, which was filed on June the 22nd of 2023. And then number 5 is the notice of filing declaration of Stephen B. Mercer in support of the defendant's third motion to compel, which was also filed on June the 22nd. So as background, on May the 3rd, 2023, the defendant filed a supplemental request for discovery. Then on May the 12th of 2023, the state filed a response indicating that it would be filing a motion for a protective order. On June 16th, the state filed a motion for a protective order. Then on June the 22nd, which was last Thursday, the defendant filed the objection to the state's motion for the protective order and the defendant's third motion to compel discovery. Declaration of Ann Taylor in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. The notice of notice of filing a declaration of Bicka Barlow, and also the notice of filing declaration of Stephen Mercer. So on Friday, June 23rd, the defendant also filed a motion to shorten time. The state is entitled to a reasonable opportunity to review and respond to the above filings. So based on the above state request, the court continued the hearing the schedule for June 27th regarding the defendant's third motion to compel and the state's motion for a protective order. So the state is granting a reasonable amount of time to reply to the defendant's recent filings. Defendant's attorney Ann Taylor has relayed to the state that she has no objection to this motion. So this was done, Monday now, on the 26th of June. And let me grab the next one. Like I said, there's only 3. The next one is going to be
Scarlett,
what
do we know what the protective order was about?
Protective order.
Exactly.
Hold on. I believe it was for the grand jury stuff, but let me find it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
That's what it was for. There's so many things in this case, y'all. It's crazy trying to keep up with all of it.
Girl, I know you don't want to be reading all night long, but you reading it like that makes my head explode trying to keep up with it. My brain is like, what? Wait, stop. Wait, what was that?
They're actually, this one here is only, the one that I just read is like the longest one of the 3 that dropped today. So
they knew that was coming in court today, because when they said they were going to address 1 and 2, and then 3 would be a later date, they already knew this was coming.
Right. And didn't Ann Taylor say something to the effect that they were only going to go over 1 and 2 or whatever it was, and then the other ones they had taken care of, or something to that effect?
Well, she said that we're going to go over 1 and 2. We'll address 3 at a later date. And then that's when she went into, I don't think that the prosecution is trying to hide anything from us or anything, and then she said some of the judge, I think, said some of the stuff has been resolved, some of it has not. The judge said that.
Okay, maybe it was him then.
Yeah.
I knew I heard it somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the order granting the state's request for the time to respond to the defendant's third motion to compel and supporting declarations. They always put a mouthful on the titles of these. But it says the court, having received the state's request for the time to respond to the defendant's third motion to compel discovery and supporting declarations filed on June 26, when no objection from the defense and good causing appeared, now therefore it is hereby ordered that the state's request for the time to respond to the defendant's third motion to compel and supporting declarations is granted. So that was also done on Monday the 26th. So they maybe here soon they will probably start putting out their responses or whatever. Probably within, let's say, probably next week. Oh, we lost Lady V. It must be, I was going to say it must be getting close to 3.
Yeah.
3:06, but it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Maybe the storms.
It could be, because, it was thundering really bad where she was at earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. All right, Lady V, if you, oh, wait, there she is. Okay. Are you back?
Sorry, that was completely my fault.
Oh, well, we were sitting here blaming it. We thought it was the storms.
No. No, my finger pressed the wrong button.
You didn't have to admit it. You could have just said, oops, it was the storms.
My finger wasn't following my brain. That's just how it is.
Yeah, we were completely convinced that it was the storms, and it done knocked you off. I even was going to blame it on your internet, and then realized it was too early for that.
I was sitting there going, yeah, she's going to think it was my internet. Nope, it's only 20 hours.
I completely did. I was like, it must be your internet. And I looked down and, it's not. It's
not
early.
306 every
Well,
morning.
it went straight from the internet straight to the storms, the calls of it. All right, so this is the motion to file the defendant's Exhibit A in support of the defendant's motion to compel and the second motion to compel under seal. So comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves the court for an order to file defendant's Exhibit A in support of the defendant's motion to compel and the second motion to compel under seal. This motion is made pursuant to the ICAR 32I1, and it was dated also on Monday the 26th. And it just has Ann Taylor's signature and who all it was sent to. So that's all they dropped today after court. So hopefully here soon the judge will come out with, his stuff, his decisions on whatever it is that he's supposed to be sending his decisions on. Hopefully he doesn't come out and say no cameras in the courtroom because of what court TV decided to do after the judge tells them not to do it.
Oh, I was so mad at that.
He clearly says, we want the totality of the court to be shown, not the defendant's face. And I'll be damned, what does he do? He zooms. He's literally looking at got the camera pointed right at the judge. The judge is looking right at the camera. And then he zooms it out, turns towards Bryan, and zooms right in on his head.
I'd be getting a different camera, man. I'd be going, you guys it has to be a different one.
Well, I mean, instead of taking the cameras completely out, give it to someone else. Take court TV out if they're going to do that. Because, I mean, he clearly stated before he went over anything else that in the non-dissemination order.
Well, if your kid did that, you would be thinking they'd be being defiant,
Right.
I bet that Benny Politan, because he runs Sport TV, he's having a fit.
I bet. Because that could get the cameras completely thrown out where nobody knows anything. And if that happens, who's to say we would even get audio?
Yeah.
And then it would go, just think of how many people would be upset with court TV because it would be their fault that we wouldn't get to see it.
Yep. And the judge politely explained the entire thing to him.
Yeah, he did.
Right. So,
and
I want to say, and I forgot what he was saying, but there was one thing when he said to was it tone it? No, tone it down was the last time he told the media. It was, what did he say today about the camera? Shit.
I was having trouble hearing a lot of it.
Well, whatever it was he said, he got kind of loud with it when he said it. And he was talking about the camera. Oh, shit. I don't remember now what it was. Was it Cut It Out? Might have been it. But anyway, he was talking about the camera and the whole, don't zoom in. We want to show the whole court. So where they've got it at, why not just leave it there, leave it completely zoomed out where you can see everybody instead of zooming it in on the judge or on Bryan or whatever. Just leave it zoomed out where you can see the whole thing.
And if they zoom it out, we can see the TV screen too with the evidence on it.
Yeah, and just leave it like that. Now, hopefully they will fix the audio because the audio was really bad. I could barely hear what the judge was saying. I couldn't hear anything hardly that Ann Taylor or the other lady was saying because they were standing up to address the judge and they didn't have the podium there for them to talk at where the mic is up close to them. So hopefully they will get their audio part of it fixed as well.
The other day I was watching some trial. I don't remember which one it was. It was on like one of these interrogations or something. And the whole time the judge was talking, there was like that feedback ring kind of thing. And it was like, can you not hear that? It's like, please fix the audio, man. That was painful.
Okay, Baby Boop in chat. Is that you trying to come up on the panel? If it is, just let me know in the chat real quick.
Well, I just think that people need to look at how the Murdaugh trial was run and take notes because it was done very well.
Right. Let me
I
get.
mean, you could hear them for the most part and everything. So,
Baby Booth, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you good.
Hello, baby boop.
hello.
Hello.
What you got to say?
I just wanted to let Scarlett know and the rest of the chat that I have actually honestly enjoyed this live the most I have enjoyed in months. And I want to thank you for that.
You're
Aw.
very
It's
welcome.
really meant a lot to be able to come back in and actually not be screaming at my phone. Because the conversations that are going on now, I don't know if Bryan's guilty or innocent,
Right.
but what
Yeah.
I've been hearing is everything attacking things that have you've not heard him say. It's things that people have said he said, or this or that. And I was
Right.
watching one stream that they were actually doing a stream from the court,
Mm-hmm.
and they're talking about how he's sitting there smirking and smiling and staring at Ann Taylor, and I'm like, he's looking straight ahead. I don't get it.
And that has absolutely nothing to do with the case.
No.
Exactly. And like y'all were just talking about, they were given specific instructions not to film him straight on the entire time.
Yeah, not to zoom
They're
in on.
going to get cameras kicked out.
Yeah.
But can I be honest? I don't care if I see his face or not. I want to hear the trial.
Exactly.
I want to see the witnesses that we can see. I want to see the evidence. I could care less about his face.
Yeah, I'm not there to watch his face. I'm there to hear the facts on what happened to these 4 kids.
Exactly.
Yeah, me too.
Exactly. And that's where I've been so frustrated in so many different chats, is because they're attacking all of that and it has nothing to do with what's going on.
That's
They're
why I
picking
love this chat.
apart and they're seeing things that aren't happening and therefore making him guilty. If
Yeah.
he's guilty, I want him going down,
Exactly.
I
just
agree.
like anybody else. I'm not on that train of he's innocent 1,000%. But what I am on is the things that are being brought up saying he's guilty have not been said anywhere in print. They've not had interviews with anybody on camera about
They
this.
didn't even
It's
show
just
us the
hearsay.
car. They didn't even show us the car from the camera that they have going by the house. They give us a stock photo
Exactly.
of the car.
And they've picked out 2 different vehicles that, and the timing. They've done different times. And then there's the one where they're saying, well, here it was seen at this such a time, but it was going the wrong way.
Right.
This man's life is on the line.
Yep.
And that's what you're going to try to convict him on. And you're saying it was going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Yeah. I mean,
I can't
like
get
I said,
behind that.
if he's the person who done this, and now the death penalty is on the table, if he's the person who did this, they need to prove that 1,000%, because you don't want to send an innocent man to death row. You don't even want to send an innocent man to prison at all. So if they've got the evidence to prove that he's the one that done it, and they get a conviction, and the jury comes back and guilty, and we want the death penalty, okay, then y'all prove the state did. They prove that he's the one who done this. But if they don't have that, you can't just send the man to jail just because you think that he did it. You got there, like, the proof has got to be there.
And for the ones that are like, well, why is he still in jail? Why isn't he trying to get out? And this, that, and the other. Would you want to be on the streets given the temperature? He wouldn't stand a chance. He'd be gunned down in the streets right now.
Yeah. And we were actually
I
talking
mean,
about this the
people
other
are
night.
already wanting to line him up for the firing squad, and he
Yeah.
hasn't even had his day in court yet.
Yeah. Because I mean, I've
That's
said it.
sad.
You know,
It's clickbait.
in the United States, because and I'm saying this because I know not everybody in here is from the U.S., but in the United States, when you are charged with a crime, you have a right to a fair trial before a jury, and you have the right to representation, whether it's your own private attorney or whether it's a public defender. You're still entitled to it, and you're innocent until proven guilty. Like that's how it goes. A lot of people don't agree with it, but that's how it goes. And we all have our different opinions on if he's guilty or if he's not, and that is perfectly fine. You know, like I said before, I love hearing everybody's opinions on it, but it nobody knows 1,000% if this man is guilty or innocent until we listen to the trial and we hear the evidence and we hear everything that they say.
But even if you believe he's guilty, if the state doesn't have enough to convict him and there's a reasonable, you
A
know,
reasonable doubt.
a reasonable doubt, then he shouldn't be convicted either. But everybody else is just misconstruing everything and confusing everything. I just don't understand why it's confusing enough without all this other stuff thrown in.
Right.
And if he's guilty 1,000%, why are they not turning over that evidence?
That's right.
Why are they playing these games?
I don't think they have it yet.
I don't think they're playing games, honestly. There's a lot of stuff that, like they were saying today, like the FBI has not completed the reports. That doesn't mean that the prosecution doesn't know what they have. They
Right.
They
just
just
don't
don't
have
have
Six
it.
months and they haven't done the complete reports. I find that hard to believe, though. I really do. I mean, yeah, you may be right, and
It's not
I
unusual.
understand that.
Sometimes they don't have
It,
everything right up till trial.
Yeah, it's not unusual. I mean, 6 months is nothing when you're talking about
Uh,
4.
4 kids who have been murdered. Now is going to be a death penalty trial, and
but
Yeah.
you're
I'd
pinning
be
all
honest.
this on one guy and don't have the evidence. He sat in jail for 6 months. And
I
what
thought
They're
if
not
once you get
saying they
all
don't
that
have the
stuff together,
evidence. They're
but
not saying they don't have the evidence. They're saying they don't have the reports to give to the
right,
defense yet, that they're not completed. And the judge said today they have till July 14th. So
I
now they
mean,
have a deadline.
they've got one guy down in Texas, that border patrol agent. I mean, he was arrested, and then the big old C word came in, and everybody was shut down, and he sat in there for 3 years, I think, before his trial got started.
2018, I think, is when those occurred.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a long time, man.
got a question
Yeah.
though.
okay,
We're saying that Moscow and Idaho State Police is a very small police force, right? We know
Moscow
how
is.
many times they've gone out on calls and don't file reports. What else are they doing that they can't finish up these reports if they've got the evidence to back it up?
Well,
Well,
Just
it's the
honestly,
ask.
FBI. It's the
yeah,
FBI that they're
Well, the
waiting on the
FBI is
reports
not in
from.
it anymore. The FBI did their thing, but they're not handling the case.
No, but they
They
have
didn't write the PCA.
no,
no,
but
they
they are
just
doing the evidence, the cast reports, the all of
right,
that kind of stuff. That the test, there's a lot of testing that the Idaho State Police doesn't have the ability to do, and the FBI does, and that's what they do.
But the FBI also threw all that out and said, okay, we're giving you his
No,
name. Now y'all figure the rest.
no, that was the ancestry. They gave him the Kohberger name. That was just the ancestry that they did that on. There's the cast reports come from the phones, all the schematics from his car, all of the data that maybe
That
his
they
car
identified two different cars and
stores.
never showed us an
No,
actual
no,
photo
no,
of his
no,
car.
no. The phone data from all those phones that they collected, they do all of that kind of stuff. And then the stuff that they have downloaded from his car, like our cars are so much computerized that they keep a lot of information. Like they can tell where your car is at any given moment. All of that kind of stuff. And his car is new enough to where it probably has that on it. And so they have to run all of that through their systems.
Let me
And
ask you a question. I'm just wondering, okay, what do you guys think about the fact that he wasn't worried enough, or I'm just going to put it this way. What do you think that maybe he wasn't so worried about his car? It took him 6 weeks to finally clean the thing. I find that a little concerning. Like he knew there wasn't anything in there that they could find.
how do you know that he hadn't cleaned that car every day? We don't know
Well,
because we
because
weren't watching him.
when the police officers stopped him on the way out of town, his car was filthy.
But not on the inside. It could have been clean on the inside. It was filthy on the outside.
But
Yeah.
if he would have cleaned it with some type of agent, they should have been able to
they
catch
would
that.
have with that.
And I forgot what that lady
Another
is.
question,
She
if
said it
y'all
was
can
some type
answer.
of guilt or something, but I forgot the term that she used about that. Baby Boot, go ahead.
What do y'all think about, okay, they identified him long before he ever left Washington to go to Pennsylvania. They already honed in on him. 2 officers at Washington State picked his car out, said, hey, we got this guy on. Why not go up to him then and insist on and get a warrant to check that car? Why give him all that time to even have the chance to clean that car?
Well, I don't think that they actually they had his name. They probably had lots of people's names that had white Hyundai Elantras because evidently it's pretty common out there.
Was it 90 on the University of Idaho campus and 22,000 just in the area?
Right,
something like that.
Yeah, like if you're looking for a white pickup in the South, you're gonna have
like a needle in a hay. I mean, yeah.
That's what I liken it to. It's kind of like that.
But
And
looking for white box fans. They're going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
But
And
supposedly, as soon as they put the bolo out, 2 different officers located his vehicle in Washington State.
Right, but they didn't know if that was the vehicle.
Didn't they jump on it right then?
Because they didn't know if that was the
I'm just
vehicle.
asking because it doesn't make sense.
Because they didn't know if that was the vehicle. I don't think.
I even question that. Like, did they go even just check it out? You know, that vehicle or whatever. Once WSU let Moscow know about it, I wonder if they checked it out any further because all the way up to December the 29th, I believe it was, Moscow's still asking for people's help looking for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra.
And never changed the years.
Not until the PCA came out. What's the first time I ever seen it?
But the PCA didn't come out to the public until they already arrested him.
Right. But law enforcement might have known what year exactly they were looking for. They don't have to tell us the truth. Don't forget that.
It just doesn't make sense to drive, 2,800 miles across the country to then get the car?
I think a lot of things were happening at the end. I think a lot of things within that last week
went by super fast. Just
a lot of things were happening kind of simultaneously. Like they got the Kohberger name, and then they were like, oh, that's that car in Washington. And then they realized it wasn't there anymore. So then they're trying to figure out where did it go. And then they figured out that he was on his way back to Pennsylvania. So they were going to have to go to Pennsylvania. I just think a lot of things were happening kind of all at the same time.
Got it all culminated about the same time. Hey guys, I'm gonna jump down real quick. I need to go to bed. This is totally off subject, and I don't mean to change it, but
you're fine.
I had this lady of a salon call me, beg me to come to work for her, so I'm gonna give it a try and see what happens. So
okay, well, have fun.
At 11, so I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay,
well, that'll be fun.
I think it'll be fun. I'm like, that'd be cool. She's like, don't you want to know how much an hour you're gonna make? I'm like, oh, I don't. Yeah, as long as I'm not doing it free.
Right.
But anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go, and I'll catch you tomorrow night.
Okay.
All right.
Well, have fun tomorrow, and you have a good night.
You too.
Have a good day.
You guys too.
All right.
Love you.
All right.
Thank you again, Scarlett, for letting
You're
me
welcome.
know.
You're welcome. Okay.
So that's what I think was happening.
Yeah, everything was going super quick.
And kind of all at the same time.
Right.
I think by the time they figured out that was the car that they needed to look at, he was already gone.
Right. Cajun Chick said, I think pain is sipping on the moonshine.
White Elantras in Moscow or in Idaho or Washington, whatever. How many of them did they go check?
We don't know.
It'd be interesting. I know, it'd be interesting to know. It's like, it was okay.
I'm sure Ann Taylor probably has that information.
We've got to rush it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor has that information, but I mean, we won't know about it probably unless it comes out in court.
Like I said, I don't know if he's guilty or innocent. I have a hard time believing that he was capable of doing this. He may have stamina because of being a runner and everything, but he looks too awkward to me to be so stealth, to be able to get in a house, not make noise, do all this and get out and not get caught that way.
And not bring DNA in his car and all that.
Have you ever thought about like when his the people that lived around him in that apartment said he made a lot of noise at night, and I know part of that was vacuuming and stuff, but I wonder if the other part of that was him practicing. I've thought a lot about that. Was he practicing how to do all of this?
Possibly.
And that's why maybe he wasn't as clumsy.
It's possible. I mean,
I would think that he would practice.
I mean, anything at this point is possible. I think he was an insomniac. I mean, hell, look at the rest of us sitting up at all hours of the night and day.
Yeah.
I know I don't sleep. People tell me they don't know when to call me. They don't know when I'm asleep or awake. And it's like, it doesn't matter. If I sleep, I sleep. If I don't, I don't. Call me anytime, because your guess is as good as mine. So
that's why I keep my ringer off on my phone all the time. Because I mean, I sleep till like 3 o'clock. You know.
I live alone, and some people get a little nervous that they can't get in touch with me because
that is true.
Yeah,
too, so.
Yeah. My heart done gave out. So, and
you need to leave your ringer on.
Oh, I do, and my aunt's 88 and lives alone and goes out in the yard by herself and all this stuff, and I can't stress to her enough she needs to have a phone with her. Well, I'll just yell for a neighbor if something happens. Trust me, neighbors around here don't know if I'm alive or dead and really don't care. I don't step out of the house without phones in my pockets just in case.
Get her a button.
What are they called?
My
The life, is it life
yeah.
alarm? Is
Life
that what it's
alert.
called?
Life
Life
alert.
alert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, my cousins and I don't exactly get along, and they would have to be in on that sort of thing. So I have to just stress the other stuff, and she thinks
Yeah.
she's invincible, and she lives up on a very steep hill. It makes me nervous going over there, thinking I'm going to trip and I'm rolling down that hill.
Yeah. With me too.
I mean, that's just the way it is. It's that steep, and so it's like, no. So I just have to keep stressing to her she needs to take those things. But for me, I go outside with my cell phone and the house phone. Even if it's just to walk my dog out in the backyard, get her to go to the bathroom, because anything could happen.
Right.
Much
You know,
rain
it's
as
always.
we've had here in Georgia, our deck's falling through. So it's like,
Oh wow. Well, be
yeah,
careful.
I be as careful as I can be. But I did want to come up and I did want to say I've truly enjoyed listening in tonight and participating, and it's good to be back on a good
Well,
side. So
we're
thank you.
happy. You're very welcome, and thank you for that. That was very nice of you, and we're happy that you're here with us.
I didn't want to just type
Absolutely.
it, I wanted to be able to say it and you hear it and know that I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
Well, I appreciate that. Seriously, I do. And I'm glad
Because
that you're
I'm
doing
still
okay.
going through the other stuff with my brother, and that's a whole nother thing. But it's like,
Right.
you
I
know, my
understand.
health issues, Scarlett, and
Yep.
I mean, my heart can give out anytime. That's why I keep telling the lawyers, like, we've got to get this done before my heart goes kaput.
Yeah. But I'm glad
Because
that
I was diagnosed
you're.
over a year ago, and I was given 1 to 3 years. So, you
Well,
know,
we're gonna keep praying for you, and we know that you're gonna be okay. I'm glad that you're doing good. Hey Kim, how are you? I'm glad that you came up with me tonight. It's been a whole hot minute
but
since you've been
I
up here.
tried several times before and couldn't get it to work. Tonight, I thought, I'm going to give it a shot. I don't want to just type this out to you. I wanted to be able to say it to you. So I'm
Well, I'm
glad I
glad you were
finally
able
got it
to.
to work.
Right, I'm glad you got to come up because, like I said, it's been a very long time since you've come up here with me.
Very long. So
And
I thank you. I love you. I
I love you too,
appreciate
honey.
all of you. And we just got
Thank
to
you.
keep pushing for the truth,
Right,
praying for the justice, and hope it comes soon for everybody involved. And they need to leave
right.
that damn house alone.
Yes, they do.
I'm
I
like
agree.
you when you said earlier, you have to keep me from that house.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
you
I would be
know,
camping
it
out
may
there.
come to that they have to get people to go and surround that house and do a picket line so people can't get through because it's ridiculous.
Yep, because
I
it
don't think
needs
the
to stay.
prosecution or defense wants it torn down.
No, honestly, I would have thought that the University of Idaho would have seen it that way as well, and had enough logical common sense to say we're going to leave the house standing until after the trial. Like we want to make sure that even on our part, uh, we're doing what we can do to help get justice for these four kids and for their family.
The thing that I think about with that is that the University of Idaho has that house now. Where do they get most of their money from? The Greek side.
Hmm.
They're trying to hide things, in my opinion. They don't want it looked at further. And I can't believe that the victims' families want it either. I think they want it done right. And by tearing down that house, is tearing down what could bring justice to those victims. And I
That
can't
is true.
see how they're going to. Well, some of the families I know don't want to be front and center.
Right.
But the ones that do, I can't believe they're not going to put up a stink about it.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Gonzalez family has said that they don't want it tore down. So I don't know. I'm pretty
Because
sure
it could
Maddie's
prove
family doesn't
innocence
either.
or guilt. I
Yeah.
mean, it can go either way. It can, it can presume innocence or guilt, and they need that to be able to get closure. And I'm afraid if they tear that house down, everybody's going to say, "What if?" However, however the court case goes, there's going to be that "what if"
Yeah.
the jury had been able to go through that house,
It's and that's what
and
I'm
they
worried
need to be
about.
able to.
And
They
and
need to
I've
hear what you
everything
could
in that
hear on
house.
each floor.
Yeah, they need to hear all that. And I've even said that. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that it's going to get to that point where it's, well, dang, what if we would have left the house standing? What if the jury would have got to go through the house and hear it? And you don't, when a case like this, even from both sides of it, you got four victims and you got this man on trial for a death penalty case. Like, you don't want any what ifs.
Exactly. And maybe the thought process is they think people just want to go in there and see the gory stuff. That's not it. It's
No.
about the sounds. It's about the layout. It's about all of it. It's not about what a bloodbath it was. It's about seeing how somebody could maneuver through there in the dark. Would they have had to been in that house before? What could they hear from floor to floor? How could the two surviving roommates not hearing? Things like that. And you can't reproduce that
Right. And I
through
can tell you,
pictures
everybody's screaming
or
about the 3D scanning. Well, you can't hear all that through a 3D
you
scan.
can't
I'm
hear
sorry,
anything in that.
you can't.
And you can't adequately see how it would be to try to navigate a house that is shaped like that in the dark, and especially if you've never been in that house before,
Right.
to be able to do it.
That's true.
They need to be able to show those things.
Yeah.
And if Bryan is the one that did it, the prosecution needs to be able to show, well, it would have been easy because this light would have been on, the good vibes light, whatever, that he would have had enough light to see the step or this or that or the other. Either side needs to be able to show those things. And if they tear it down, it's lost forever. And no
Exactly.
3D or Willow website is going to show that. It's just not.
No, they're not going to be able to feel or hear the house.
Exactly. And they're doing them a very injustice to those victims.
I
And
believe
whether there
so.
are drugs in that house, whether it was a drug house, whatever, like everybody has said, the kids still didn't deserve to die, and not like that.
Exactly.
I don't think it was a drug house at all.
I don't either. I can't see that. It's
I can't either. And, I can see they're having a party and there may be a little green stuff, some white snow here and there, but they weren't like actively using and in addiction
no, and
to
there
where
was
it would be like a drug house or a trap house or whatever.
right. Yeah, I don't see it. And I mean honestly, who, like we said before, there people are running with what Maddie did. I just don't think that somebody's gonna front them kids with all these other people in and out of the house that much stuff.
No, not at all.
It's it, so
And
I don't see that.
unless it's a huge, big time dealer that did give them drugs, or, I mean, I agree. Cartel, they don't do hits like this.
No.
Um, do I believe there's drugs in that house? Yeah, probably so. Do I believe that it was from big major drug dealers and the cartel? No.
So
And
you think
therefore,
it went beyond like party drugs?
I'm not a drug person, so I mean, what do you classify as party drugs? Just so I
Well, like
understand.
if the kids are having a party, they might be smoking something or taking some gummies, or they could have been doing a little bit of snow here and there for that night.
And see that, yeah, I consider that would be party drugs for, you know, people like that. And I don't mean people like that, like these kids, but I mean, they go to a party, whatever. I mean, when I think of big time drug dealers and everything else, I'm thinking meth labs and things like that. Do I believe that was in that house? No.
I mean, do you
So
think they were dealing out of that house?
I don't think it was a big time dealer situation such as Demetrius and things like that from what I've heard about him. And then again, you know, he and Emma got thrown in jail and supposedly because they sold to that other kid that died from fentanyl and they're out.
Mm-hmm.
Yet here
Yeah.
sits Bryan and he's still in. And I have to still think that it's because if he was out on the street, he'd be dead. And then
Well,
whoever,
I
go
don't think
ahead.
that they were. I don't think they were dealing. And part
But I
part of
mean,
the thing I know where a lot of it comes from is because two of the victims' parents, or two of the victims, had parents that got themselves into some trouble with drugs and went
right.
to jail and stuff, prison, whatever. And I know that's where it comes from. But I
Let's
see
see.
their kids being in college and choosing a different path. And to me, they would be more mindful of, I'm not going that direction. That's how I see
Do
it.
I believe that those kids could use drugs and possibly have some that they may sell on the side? I'm not talking a big operation here when I do state
Right.
that.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think that they sold anything. I
I
think
don't
that
either.
Right. But it could
there
be that,
was,
hey, I got a little bit of this. I'll sell you a portion of what I got for myself. And that
now
could
that
still
could
be
be possible.
classified as dealing. Do I think that they had a stash and that they had a room that was strictly all these drugs? No. I've not seen anything that shows me that. I don't.
Yeah.
And like I
Right.
said, either way, it still wouldn't justify what happened because I don't think
No.
that there was a huge stash there of that. I have a huge problem with the 8 hour delay or however many hours and then calling over all these people to come traipse through that house.
I think everybody has a problem with that in this case.
Now, I do have a theory that there possibly could have been something in that house that they knew about and they called people over to get rid of it before they called the cops. And that it would have
Exactly.
been,
But the only thing that would have been would be drugs. But
yes,
again,
but it
that
wouldn't have
doesn't
been
mean that it was the
anything major.
It wouldn't have been to a level of a dealing type level. It might have
No,
just
no,
no.
but
if
it
it was,
also
it could have been a personal stash.
Yes.
right. But it also doesn't mean that they were the victim's stash. It
Right.
could have been the ones that were left alive that
Right.
were doing the cleanup. Because if it were the victims and they were the ones that had parents who had problems with drugs, so why would they want to clean up after them? Why not just say, hey, this was their stuff? So I don't pin this on Xana or Maddie or anything. And I use their
No.
names because it was Maddie's stepmother and Xana's mom. We all know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
they're covering their own butt. They weren't
Yeah, I think
covering
that's
for
very possible that they could have known that something was in there or they had something in there and they wanted to get it out before they called the cops. I think that's very possible. Do I think it's very much of anything? No. I don't think it was probably very much of anything.
If it was anything at all.
Right.
I don't,
exactly.
I
It,
don't.
it I hope we get the answers that we all seek so that we can all feel good about it once it all comes out. I don't know that we'll ever know all of it. I'd still like to know what they think Bethany Funk has as exculpatory. I don't think they pulled that out of the hat. I do think they rushed to the grand jury because they wanted to interview her, and her attorney had agreed to a meeting, and that got thrown away, and that's not right. She agreed to it, her attorney agreed to it. Let them have their meeting. Find out what she knows or doesn't know. And then it's over, and then there's no more speculation. I mean,
Well, they can
that's
do that on
my
the
thought.
stand.
Right. But it would have already been done had they not gone the grand jury route and they'd done the preliminary.
Yeah.
And then there wouldn't be all this speculation still going on. We'd at least have some of those answers. And then people couldn't say, well, the defense is still dragging this out. Well, they asked for something, they were granted it, two judges signed off on it. Bethany's attorney agreed to it, Bethany agreed to it, and they rushed to a grand jury to squash it. And that's what leads me to think they're hiding stuff. I don't know what else to think of any other reason. I understand that she didn't want to come back to Moscow and all this now because she probably is traumatized for whatever reason, whether she saw Bryan or not, or whether she saw what happened or not. But they kind of took that out of her hands, and that really wasn't fair to her. Because
Right.
now she's got to live with this until it goes to trial and people speculating.
Yeah. Well, if I had a child that went to school there, even if they weren't involved in that house, they wouldn't be going back to school there.
I'm sorry, y'all had to mute for just a second.
That's fine. And, I get what you're saying, but I mean, the authorities do know what they have to say, and it's just us that are left in the dark about it all. And the families, unfortunately, because they don't really know their story either.
No, it's just it's sad to see and hear comments across the board through YouTube and other channels and everything, and how ruthless people are being with nothing to back it up.
Yeah, and 8
And when I
hours is
say
a
nothing,
very long time. I mean, that's a whole day.
huh?
8 hours is a very long time. That's a whole work day.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, whether or not she could have helped the victims and saved them by calling 911, that's not even really my point. If I hear that noise going on in my house, if I see somebody like that and hear my roommate crying and all this stuff, I'm going to be calling 911 to protect myself too. Saying, look, there's a lot of stuff going on over here. I need police presence. And
Right.
I'm not going to make a long story here, but I was living in a house my brother co-owned. My brother, who Scarlett knows the story, but
Mm-hmm.
a bit of a sociopath and a psychopath, threatened me for 6 years, but I was living in a house he co-owned. It was way off the road. I had no neighbors. I had no dogs. I had no guns because I'd had to sell them because an employee that he used to have used to live there, but he stopped paying him. So I was paying for everything that went in that house. So I had to sell my guns. Well, his employee moved out, ran home to mom, and I was left out there by myself, middle of the night, and I heard noises underneath my bedroom. And the only thing I could do was call 911 and get police presence out there.
But
Police
how old
came
were
out.
you?
I was, this was in 2010, and I'm 59 now, so
Yeah. But I
way
mean,
old enough.
if you're 19 or 20, I just think that things
Right. But
hit different.
but the story goes on. I heard noises. I called the police out. Police officer came out. He made his rounds around the building. It's like at least somebody will know somebody's living here and that the police are, looking. Few months later, I'd moved out. I was living in a personal care home. I'd had to leave all my belongings there. They were going to buy some of my belongings. We went back. As soon as I pulled up, I knew the house had been broken into. They wouldn't come in with me. I had to go in by myself, and the house was ransacked. I call my brother, and he gives me hell for being there. You shouldn't be there. I said, my stuff is here. I moved out with one car that wasn't mine. Somebody was picking me up to live in a personal care home in a house, in a
Mm-hmm.
bed. All I had was a bedroom that I had to share with somebody. I couldn't take much stuff.
Right.
And I said, how was I supposed to get my stuff? They were coming. You shouldn't have been here. Trying to say that I left the doors unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
I am a safety nut. Long story short, I said, you can pick up the keys at mom's because I'm going there next. And I left before he could. I said, do you want me to call the police? No, you have no business being there. My belongings are here that you held on to. Long story short, then he starts blowing my phone up on my way home. I didn't answer it. I waited and listened to his voicemail. You got to call me back. The police are here and they have questions. I call him back and I hear the cop in the background. And he's talking about glass. I said, where is he talking about broken glass? That double door downstairs in the basement. I said, oh, the one that was under my bedroom? The one I heard somebody trying to break in on? And the cop says,
Mm-hmm.
I remember your sister. She called us out here. They were trying to break in that night. Had
Right.
I not called the police that night, I'd be dead.
Right.
That's my point. So,
Well, thank God you
like
did.
I said, at that point, she probably couldn't have saved them from the injuries they sustained. But if you're that scared, you call the police and make sure at least you and the other roommate are safe.
Right.
You don't know if he's still in the house.
No, you don't.
And that was the only way I could get anybody out there because, like I said, I had no neighbors. The house was way off the street in the woods. You could not see it from the street. That was my only option. And it happened to be the very same cop. And those were the exact same doors they were trying to break into when he came out that night.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And
And I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree. She should have called the police. Absolutely. We just
I
don't
mean,
know why
you
she
think
did
I
it.
wasn't in a shock face stage when I was at that point, but
Right.
my life was on the line.
Right. Right. But I also think that when you're 19 or 20, act a little, sometimes you act a little different. I don't know. We just need to know her story, and I think we'll find out what her story is.
Even at 19 or 20, I'd have done it because whenever I was 7 or 8, we did have somebody break into our house during the day while my brothers were at home from school. They were in the backyard, and I was in first grade. And so I went to a friend's house, and mom would pick me up on her way home from work. Well, my dad always called home to check on my brothers. Do you know the man who broke in had the audacity to answer the phone? And my dad
Wow.
always had his business card right beside the phone. And he said, "Oh, are you looking for blah, blah, blah?" My dad says,
Mm-hmm.
"Yes." "Well, he's not here, but I'm his cousin Johnny." And my dad says, "I'm so and so, and I don't have a cousin Johnny." And the guy says, "Well, call the police. I'll be gone before you get here." Mom and I
Ugh.
pull up. My brother is in the backyard. The police come screeching up. We're like, "No, we didn't call the police." Dad comes pulling up. He says, "No, but I did."
Mm-hmm.
So this has been ingrained in me my entire life, and that's been my biggest fear my entire life is having somebody break into the house when I'm here. Break into it
Right.
when I ain't here.
Well,
Right.
please be
Do it.
careful.
And we don't
Do it all
know.
day.
We don't know what
Do
was
it all
ingrained in
day
her.
long when I ain't home. Take
Right.
anything you want when I ain't home.
Right.
But don't break in when I'm here. That's why. And I've been on your live before, Scarlett, when my dog's acting weird, and it's like, okay, but you're making me grab my 9mm and run through this house. What are you barking at? And she's just trying to get
Oh
my
my God.
attention.
I love you, baby
And I'm
dude.
like, well, I know I look like a psycho running around here, but it's like, hey, you got to do something because, like I said, that's my biggest fear is being there when it happens.
Right.
Right.
So, and I think everybody should be that way.
Right. But
If you
everybody's
hear
not.
something, do something.
Yeah. But
Doesn't
everybody's
mean
not.
she had to go out there and fight them off. But
And we don't know what. I mean, like, my daughter is that way, but she was raised around her mom that watches true crime, and
Mhm.
but we don't know what Dylan's life, experiences are. What was in
yeah,
her house, what was ingrained in her. We don't know. And also, I mean, would you automatically think, my gosh, this person has just unalived 4 of my roommates? I mean,
I
I know there was a lot of sounds going on and a lot of this, but I don't know if you would automatically think that.
no, and that's like I said, that's kind of my point too. Is not just. I mean, it's self-preservation as well, and therefore, if she wasn't worried about her life enough to call the police for her own life, much less the lives of. And I'm just gonna say this. I'm not sure that they were necessarily friends. They were roommates. Um, and that's just my feeling on it. My opinion. I'm not sure they were necessarily friends. They don't seem friendly with the family or anything else. But
Well, but when you're in
you
college, you can be friends with somebody and not be friends with their family. I mean,
right,
that's
I get
quite
that.
common. That's quite common.
I mean, and I've never lived in a situation like that with roommates of that capacity and all that. So I'm only speaking from, I guess, my own experiences. And when I was 15 or 16, I had a female stalker who knew exactly when I got home from school, knew exactly when I walked in the door, and her called and harassed me and harassed me. And then if I started calling out for my brother, I can see you. So I mean, I'm ducking between. I do not like windows with no curtains or blinds.
Oh, that had to be
Mhm.
That's
scary.
me.
That's very scary.
Um, We had a trace put on the phone. Nobody knew it but our family.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the trace was put on the phone, she stopped calling. As soon as the tap went off the phone, she started calling me again. We
Oh
still
my.
don't know who it was. But she would sit there and say, I can see you. And I'm ducking between every window there is, trying to escape. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a safety person, and
Well, I mean, it's good
I
to be like that, though.
I couldn't live in a house like they lived in with doors unlocked and people in and out that you don't know. I mean, even though that was their normal thing, I get that they're at college. Like I said, I was never in, when I went to nursing school and college and all, I mean, I lived at home, so I didn't live away in the dorm or anything like that. So, I mean, I know that that's different.
Mm-hmm.
But at the very end, you hear these noises, you see this guy that supposedly you're afraid of, but then you still don't call for 8 hours. But then you do discover what happened and you still didn't call.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's going to be probably one of the number one things when this does go to trial, if it does, um, is the 8 hour gap.
And I'm not saying Dylan had anything to do with it. I'm not saying, any of that. It's just very suspicious.
I mean, it is.
And that's something her and Bethany have to live with the rest of their lives.
That is true.
Absolutely. And that's why
That
I
is true.
try not to be too hard on them because they are going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And
And we
somebody said, did Dylan have PTSD prior to this? Or
That
is that
was
I
just
heard at
rumor?
one time
that was
Steve
said.
Gonzalez say something that he knew something about her and that something about she did have something prior in her life. Now, I never heard it again, and he didn't expound on it in the interview that I heard him say it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's very possible that she could have, but again, my PTSD from all of that being broken into when people were home, and then the woman, that's what made me react and call the police whenever I felt and heard what I heard.
Right.
So, I mean, difference in years, yeah, maybe.
Well, in your experiences, you've had lots of things happen to where you are hyper aware of things like that.
Exactly. And I,
And I've got really good ears. Sometimes I mean, it's
that's
a
a good.
good thing, but
That's a good thing.
sometimes
Yeah.
I'd like to not have.
I mean,
Sometimes
that's
I'd
a good thing to
rather not
have.
hear.
So, but the thing about Dylan's PTSD, that I believe that was said from a guy that came out not long after this happened and said that his girlfriend, fiance, or whatever was like in Dylan's inner circle, and he was the one. I want to say the first one that I heard uh, say that Dylan had PTSD.
So we don't
I
know
know,
if that's really
right,
a true
No,
but I
thing.
know that I heard Steve speak on it. He did not go into details, but he was giving a reason why she probably froze and everything. But then I never heard it mentioned again, and he never expounded in the interview that I heard him do. So I don't know what it entailed, and what the experience was, how bad it was. Um, so I don't know. She
Yeah.
very well could, but you would still think in that instance that you would be calling for help and not laying in wait, wondering if somebody's going to get you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, but that's just me. But I didn't mean to talk y'all's ears off. I appreciate you letting
no,
me
you're
talk. And
fine.
again,
You're fine. And
I,
Steve, I mean, to be fair, Steve has repeated a lot of things that were on Reddit or social media that he repeated as fact and they weren't necessarily fact. And it's not his fault, it's just what happens.
It's a victim's family that's scouring wherever they can scour to try to find any
Yes.
answers that they could find
Yes,
themselves.
exactly.
and I
Exactly.
get that. And unfortunately, though, it's making the situation worse because then people are taking what he says and running with it as fact, and it not necessarily be. I mean, it's like they're now saying that they don't believe Kaylee had a stalker. But I heard Christy in an interview state that Kaylee called her and said she was being followed, and Christy told her, call the police.
Right.
Now, I've never seen that interview again. I don't even know if it was the one she did with Chronicles of Olivia or if it was a different one, but I heard that come out of her mouth.
Yes, she
And
did.
I'm
She
wondering
did.
why are they now doubling down saying they don't believe she has a stalker?
Well,
See, things like that make me go,
to be fair, kids can say, "Oh, I'm being stalked," but it's not a true stalker. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Like a
because Christy
true
even kind
sense
of
of the
laughed when
word.
she said that and
Right.
said, we'll call the police then. But
Right.
now they're adamant that she didn't have one, but it's like, well, which is it?
Well, it was those guys at the grocery store that she called and said these dudes are stalking us, and they were in the grocery store, and the cops did come out and did talk to them, and they were just trying to get their number. And she was
And I can see
thinking,
that.
and
I can
so
see that.
that was what that whole situation was about. It wasn't really a true stalker in a sense. It was just somebody following them around in the store.
And see, and thanks for explaining that because, like I said, I heard her say it, and now I hear what they're saying that there was no stalker, and so I've never been able to put the two together. So thanks for
Right.
uh, can't think of the word now, explaining that because I've wondered. It's like, but I know I heard her say it wasn't that somebody said she said it. I heard her say it, and then I've heard him say no, she didn't have a stalker. So I was like, but which is it?
Okay, wait, y'all.
So that
Right.
explains that. So thanks.
Okay, hold on.
I've wondered about that.
I need to address something real quick. So give me just 1 second, y'all. J Lord, why do I have screenshots of you over in another chat talking shit about me, saying how bad you were done, but now all of a sudden you're back up in my chat talking and you're blaming or accusing someone from my chat of stalking you? When you were not treated bad, I asked you to send me an email. You did not do it. So apparently what you're claiming that you were treated so bad for must not have been that bad. So don't go talking shit about me in another chat and then come back in my chat and act like everything's all goody goody. Okay, y'all go ahead.
To that end, Scarlett, I see that happen in so many different chats. I see people in other chats and they're totally agreeing with everything that you're saying something different, and then they come over here and they're agreeing with everything you say, and that's where my frustration has been the last few months. It's like, and that's what I said. And I haven't been watching chat since I've been talking, but it's frustrating when that happens because that's how all this gets started.
All right.
And
Well,
if we're truly all wanting the same thing, justice for these victims, we need to all be on the same page and try to
right.
get it.
Well, this year started a
Get it
couple of
for these
nights ago,
families.
and I don't do fake people. I don't do two-faced people, honestly. And you're over in another chat talking about me, and then you're back up in my chat like ain't nothing happened. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like cut y'all's conversation off, but I had to address
No.
it.
You gotta address it when it happens. because that stuff needs to be cut out.
Right.
People need to just stop. People need to sit back and think before they speak or say something or don't speak at all.
See, I didn't talk. Okay, J. Lord, honey, I got screenshots sitting in my inbox right now of you talking to someone named Ben in another chat about me. So don't lie. And the person that you are blaming who is stalking you is not stalking you. That person goes to all types of channels. Okay? So don't come in here lying. I asked you the other night to send me an email. The other person sent me an email, but apparently it must not have been that important to you because you didn't send me an email. But then the next night, as soon as I hit my live schedule or get it scheduled, you're popping up in the chat. Actually, last night, you're popping up in the chat asking me to still keeping on with it. After my mods had to keep on with you the other night, asking you to please stop, and I had to stop what I was talking about 2 different times to address you and ask you to please stop. And now here I am again, stopping people on my panel who are talking to address the issue of shit that you done today. So I'm over it. You were on my block list before because of my old mods. I unblocked you. I gave you another chance. Myself, I am blocking you this time, and you are not getting unblocked. So J Lord is now blocked. Okay, y'all go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Good, because I've seen a lot of rude things come from him or her. I don't know which it is.
I don't know either.
But
I'm over people being this is YouTube. We are all adults here, and people need to be babied and whining and crying and boo-hooing and all this and that. This is not preschool. If y'all want to be like that, go find a freaking daycare. Okay, seriously. Because
amen.
I'm not. I'm 42 years old, and I'm here talking about true crime stuff, adult stuff. I am not here as a preschool teacher.
That Gen X is coming out of you, girl.
It just I can't do two-faced people or fake people or people who are lying or people who just all up in their feelings and got to keep going with it. I can't do it.
I
Okay,
Or
and
say in
understand.
one chat what they want you to say and then go to another one and say something totally different and keep bouncing back and forth, but acting and kissing up to you and then
and
turn around, like you said, and biting you in the butt.
okay, and you're
Not
literally
cool.
gonna come back in, J Lord, under another name. Seriously, you lied to me. What did I lie about? And your mods are rude too. Why are my mods rude? Because my mods asked you several times to stop. No subs for you. Okay, whatever you say. Trust me, your one sub is not hurting me. Let's see. We'll be sure to pass along what kind of people you are. Literally one person out of my entire chat who was complaining. So, hey Angela, how are you?
No,
Okay,
I think it's great that we've all been able to have different opinions
right.
and thoughts and be adults about it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the world should be like.
And like I said, if we all had the same opinion, the world would be boring.
Exactly. I
Well,
mean, and you
I've
don't
seen that
learn.
person.
No, you don't. You bounce your ideas off of each other. You bounce your opinions and your theories, and you have an adult conversation. And if you don't agree, you agree to disagree. And
Exactly.
just how it works.
It's not hard.
No, it's really not.
Starla, I've seen J Lord be rude to a lot of people in your chats, and
I know. And see, she was
neat.
blocked a long time ago, but that was when I had the old mods in here. And I went through, and there was people that was on my block list that I did not know that was there, and I unblocked them. I had people asking me, "Can I please be unblocked?" I unblocked them. I gave everybody a second chance,
You gave another chance, and
and
that's all you can do.
so and Tanya's wanting to know, when do we get snacks and story time? Honey, the last 4 hours and 43 minutes of this live has been y'all story time.
Sorry, I derailed.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Well, again, I just wanted to come up here so that you could actually hear from my heart how much I've appreciated tonight. And
Well,
the chat's been awesome. The
you have
panel's been awesome.
you have literally warmed my heart with that comment. I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot to me.
Just typing it, I didn't feel would be able to get the feelings across, and that's what
Mhm.
I wanted. So I did. So
Well, thank you.
thank you for allowing me up and being able to speak to you heart to heart, because
Oh,
I do appreciate
well,
it, and I do love you, and I do appreciate the panel and the chat tonight. It's been very informative. It's been very,
we've
even
I,
if we don't
we've had
all
a great
agree on
panel tonight.
everything,
Honestly,
have a-
it's
absolutely. And
you
it's
know,
not been one sided. It's one person talks, another person interjects. Well, no, this was found this, and I
right,
haven't seen the bickering and the backbiting and the rude comments about Bryan or Ann Taylor or anything else, because they're doing what they got to do. His life is on the line,
right,
and if he's innocent, think about what his parents are going through.
exactly. I mean, and you know what? I've said this before. If he is the person that done this, hey, Deal, how are you? If he is the person who done this,
Needs to go down.
not only did he ruin, he took 4 kids' lives for absolutely no reason, but he also ruined those families' lives because they no longer have their child. But he also ruined his own family's life because they have lost a child. So,
Yeah.
Exactly.
you know,
One more question on that topic. Now, I've heard through many channels and different discussions that his own sister turned in a tip and that they thought he was acting weird. And this, has anybody seen proof that she did this?
no.
Or, I mean, I'm just wondering. I mean, is this just another thing that people are running with,
Hmm.
or is there actual proof out there?
Well,
Uh,
Dateline had that on their
yeah, there's,
special,
but
is where that came from.
yeah, they Dateline put it out, but Dateline didn't back it up with facts. So
But
Well,
the one
them and
thing
News
that you
Nation and all. Hey,
the one thing you can look to about that is that when he made the appearance in court in Pennsylvania and his family showed up, there was only one sister there. I don't think the other sister was there, was she?
no, I think it was just the one, but I can't remember. We were talking about that the other night, but I can't remember which sister it was.
And so that's, and I don't think Dateline said which sister it was. They just said his
Mm-mm.
sister. And so, I mean,
and
if you're
unfortunately, if
looking
they're
for
gonna base,
something, I mean, that could possibly back that up. It could possibly not. She might have just had to work that day. I mean, you just don't know.
Right.
I was gonna say that making such a bold statement like that, and there could be a million reasons why she wasn't there. I mean, from what I understand, none of the victims' families were in court today.
No, but they have a Zoom meeting that they watched it live.
Right, but I'm just saying, if you're going to use that, oh well, he was in court and all the family wasn't there, that really doesn't mean. I mean,
Right.
the
And
victims' families have.
I
No, I'm
was
not
just
saying
pointing
you're.
out. I
No,
was
I'm
just
not
pointing that
saying
out.
you're saying
Right.
that.
No, no, no.
No, I'm
I get
saying
what
if
you're
that's where
saying.
they're getting it from, that doesn't hold water.
Yeah, I mean, there could be reasons why she wasn't there.
But
I
that
mean, we
I
don't
just
know.
I had not heard where that information came from. I just keep hearing people repeat it, and it's like, but do we know if that's true?
But
We
now,
don't know
Of
for a
course,
fact.
and now
No.
right.
they're on Brian stealing a sister's cell phone back in 2014. Oh, yeah, well, that makes him a murderer.
Now,
Um,
you do know one of his sisters does live in Jersey, I believe it is. So that
And
could have
that
been,
could have been what? Yeah.
yeah, she could have, because she lives out of state, that could have been the reason why she wasn't
Yep.
there.
Yeah. Could very
right.
well
I
have been.
mean, I just didn't know if I'd missed something where it was actually, she'd been interviewed and said this, or,
No.
whatever. I had not heard, so I thought I would just ask y'all since we were on that topic, because
Right.
you do hear so many different things and people state it as facts. And if I don't hear the person say it, or see that they've written it, I take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it will
It's
be
just it.
interesting if it does come out to be true. That
Oh, that's going
Yeah,
to
kind
be
of.
a whole big twist right there.
Oh yeah.
I agree. I totally agree. So, well, I'm going to let you ladies take over. I'm going to drop down. Thank you again, Scarlett and Kat, and I've
Oh, you're welcome.
enjoyed tonight and being up here, and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you.
We
And
got
you,
to
Thank.
keep pushing for the justice.
right. And come back up on panel with us sometime whenever you feel like it, okay?
I will do that. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Y'all have a good night or
You
a good
too.
morning.
You too.
It's 4:30 in the morning now.
I know I'm about to get out of here in just a few minutes myself. It's already like 3:40 here.
I keep telling my dog every night, we're not staying up till the sun comes up. And then what do I see? The sun
The
starts
sun's coming up. Usually when I'm laying down to go to sleep, like it's starting to crack daylight.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens to us. So. But y'all have a wonderful night, and I
You
hope to
too.
catch you tomorrow.
Okay, well have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Love y'all.
All right, love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I just love her.
She's a sweetie.
Oh yes. I think I'm
She's a
about to get
sweetie.
out of here too. It is almost
Yeah.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I think my husband's fixing to get up for work.
Oh well, and you're still awake.
Yeah. Well, it's not unusual.
I don't know. I'd rather sit up at night for some reason. I've always been like that though, ever since I was little.
I have too. I have too. Even my mom said you never slept. So I've always been that way as well. And my kids are
It's
that
just
way. My
something.
husband's like, how can y'all do that? And I'm like, I don't know, but we do.
All girl, all three of mine. My oldest, he will not go to bed until I get off the live, and then he'll go to bed. Okay, so wait, somebody is saying, Draco, you people suck. BK didn't do this. We're not saying that BK did this. We go strictly by the facts here. We're not saying that he's 100% innocent or he's 100% guilty.
No, not at all.
And you're more than welcome to stay in my chat. Just don't come in here being rude to people. So yeah, I'm about to get out of here so I can
Okay,
try to
well,
get
I'm going
some
to jump
sleep.
down.
Okay, well,
You
thank
can
you for
say
coming
your
out.
goodbyes. Oh, you're welcome. I
Have a good
enjoyed
night.
it.
Yeah, come up more often. You're breaking up a little bit. Tanya can't sleep until the rooster crows. All right, y'all. I'm about to get over here, Lord, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. I am super tired. It's almost 4 o'clock. So I want to thank all of you for coming and hanging out with me. Thank you to all the new members, all the new subs. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? For everybody who come up on panel tonight. Awesome conversation with great people. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Leah, how are you? And I love you too, honey. Lord, y'all, my throat's going out from all this talking I've been doing. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, night, day, wherever y'all are at. Tonka, have a good night. Sally Mae, have a good night. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow.